Chapter 761. Chapter 761. 10 years later, improvement in strength posted on August 28th. 2020 BY, as Fair Maiden Peak's chief, was so cold like an iceberg ever since Yi Zaiwen's first encounter with her. There was no sign of the cold attitude melting. Yi Shiwen also worried that Xiaoyu would be taught into someone like this. Although Xiaoyu was somehow quite introverted and rarely spoke, she was still a normal child. If she was taught into an iceberg, then there might be a big problem. Yi Shiwen smiled a little embarrassedly. Although the other party was not quite polite, Yi Shiwen could hear that she was not malicious. "You don't have to thank me. Your brother Huang Wuji just saw you and asked me to help. You are really bold. You dare to break into the emergent school. I dare not do it," Fair Maiden Peak's chief said lightly, but a hint of surprise could be caught in her eyes. She was not just surprised with Yi Zaiwen's means to escape, and also for his courage. Although the Transcendent Realm Master had the strength to maneuver freely in the army, no one dared to rush into the army and cause such a rampage. It was because once he or she rushed in, the person would have to face a group of Transcendent Realm Masters coming in from all directions. In that case, even a tyrannical master would be run down. Yi Shiwen was able to kill all the way, largely because the other party didn't care about a great sage. It was only after Yi Shiwen killed a half-step Transcendent Realm that it really attracted the attention of the upper levels. Yi Shiwen suddenly realized that he still had his senior brother backing him up. No wonder he was saved in time. However, you have quite some means. Don't be reckless in the future. This warfare has just begun. In the future, the reconstruction of the school will need people like you. Time flies really fast. Even your generation is growing up. Fair Maiden Peak's chief sighed and commented. Although true martial school had a 100-year term, it was not a big gap for those of them who had lived for thousands of years. In their hearts, they only regarded people as either their generation or junior. Yes. Yi Shiwen cupped his hand. Although you encountered great danger this time, it is also a good opportunity. In this chaotic world, someone will rise up. Whether you are a minor figure or a distinguished one, it depends on your own. Fair Maiden Peak's chief finished her words. She was about to turn around and leave, but was stopped by Yi Shiwen. "Chief, how is Xiaoyu doing now?" Yi Shiwen asked, but it was a little embarrassing. In the past few years, he was so busy that he left Xiaoyu aside. On the contrary, he actually put it in his heart. If it was not because Yi Shiwen was too busy, he would go to Fair Maiden Peak already. Now that Fair Maiden Peak's chief was in front of him, he would definitely ask about it. It seems like you do care. Xiaoyu misses you every day." Fair Maiden Peak's chief threw him a rare smile, and then returned to the cold attitude. "She is great. She just attained the Sage Realm some time ago. If it all goes well, she can step into the Great Sage Realm within 30 years' time. She is a good talent." Speaking of Xiaoyu, Fair Maiden Peak's chief's attitude was not so cold. She had an occasional smile, which was rare. For a talent like Xiaoyu, everyone would adore her. Hearing this, Yi Shiwen was slightly speechless. Xiaoyu had already stepped into Sage Realm. How much effort did Yi Shiwen spend in order to step into Sage Realm? Xiaoyu was the resemblance of genius. Any genius was unmatched to the speed of Xiaoya's progression. Now that Xiaoyu is well, then I can rest assured. "Thank you, Chief, for taking care of Xiaoyu." Yi Shiwen bowed in sincerity. "Xiaoyu is my apprentice. I will take care of her even without your comments." Fair Maiden Peak's chief replied. She turned around and stepped into the void. She disappeared in the blink of an eye. After Fair Maiden Peak's chief left, Yi Zaiwen's injuries were almost recovered. As for the destructive energy, he could not repress it and digest it slowly. It would take some time before he could eliminate it. After all, it was helpful for Yi Zaiwen's cultivation since the energy contained the Transcendent Realm's Tao. As long as Yi Shiwen utilized it well, The breakthrough to Transcendent Realm in the future would be much simpler. At this time, he directly swapped out his main body and joined the fight. He didn't even have the time to return to the Tibetan Star Summit. Last time, when Star Beast Avatar came back, he already went for a visit. Originally, there were 2 or 3 people in Tibetan Star Summit. Right now, that place was completely empty since everyone was fighting outside. He was once again involved in the battle. He could go all out to fight this time because he didn't have to worry about being suddenly killed by the Transcendent Realm Master from the Void. He was now in the border separating true martial school and emergent school. If there was anything wrong, he could retreat into the true martial school. The geographical advantage allowed him to attack and retreat as he wished. Looking around, there were a lot of masters slayed at every moment. Legendary, Sage Realm, and even Great Sage. Their death count increased from time to time. In this warfare, everything seemed extremely cruel. The blood essences of Sage Realm Masters and Great Sage Realm Masters were extremely precious. These blood essences might incur people to fight over it usually, but they were treated like garbage in this situation. Their corpse scattered everywhere on the ground with no one batting an eye at them. Blood painted the whole battlefield. Countless masters had their downfall in this warfare. At the same time, many masters were still fighting, improving from time to time. In a large-scale warfare, many people learnt many experiences and became veterans in battle. It was difficult for many people to make sense why there were many horrifying masters in the distant era when true martial school was just established. If any one of them was in the present time, their emergence was enough to shock everyone. Right now, they all realized such fame was paved with slaughter. In those distant eras, the ancestors of true martial school had to face the masters of countless native clan and the demonic beasts of the wilderness era. The situation was more tragic than the current time by 100-fold. People who had survived in such an environment were naturally stronger than the disciples of true martial school, who dwelled in peace for a long time. This was a tragic war. The masters of Transcendent Realm on both sides were restrained. They were all waiting. In the battlefield, both sides were on equal ground. Once one side collapses, the Transcendent Realm Master would make a move. Just like the emergence of Yi Shiwen, which broke the balance just now. When no one could stop him, and even the half-step Transcendent Realm Master was slayed in his hands, the Transcendent Realm Master had to do something. Both sides were probing slowly, as if the two sides were vicious beasts, intimidating each other. They would bite each other from time to time, but it was not yet the time to go for an all-out attack. The war between these two behemoths would take a very long time. It would be impossible for a victor to emerge in a short time. Both sides had exerted their strength and were quietly preparing to give each other a fatal blow. Time also passed by in such constant fighting. In the blink of an eye, 10 years of time fleeted. The two behemoths had been fighting for more than 10 years. The territory retained by true martial school was only 2/3 of 10 years ago. Although 10 years were a long time, it was nothing for the warriors that had a lifespan close to hundreds of years, and even thousands of years. Even the warfare among mortals could last for decades. In this decade of fighting, both sides had suffered heavy losses. Many masters were slayed, but neither side stopped or even showed their fatigue. At this time, if they show fatigue, they might be attacked to their death. Boom! Yi Shiwen killed a great sage, great perfection realm master with a punch and defeated a whole Tao soldier's legion. He was like a peerless fiend. Wherever he passed, the emergent school's army would collapse. His momentum shot like a rainbow. His vital energy and blood boiled like a sea wave. Yi Shiwen was like a bulldozer as he eliminated his enemy. 10 years. For a whole decade, he was in constant battle. There was no stagnation in his cultivation at all. Even with his strength, he often faced the situation of walking between life and death. Although he was basically active at the border between true martial school's forces and emergent school's forces, this battlefield was too chaotic. He could not take control of everything. There were surprise raids sometimes which incur a great injury to true martial school. Sometimes half-step Transcendent Realm Masters would participate in the raid too. At that time, he could only summon Star Beast Avatar to help. However, countless killings and injuries were not unrewarded. The real reward was to let his cultivation escalate from the Great Sage Intermediate Realm to Great Sage Peak Realm. He was only one step away to attain Great Sage Minor Mastery. He could even defeat opponents in the Great Sage Great Perfection Realm. Compared with 10 years ago, he had fundamentally improved. If he were to fight Mu Xingjie again, he didn't even need to summon Star Beast Avatar. Regardless of Mu Xingjie's numerous means, Mi Xingjie would be defeated in his hands. Moreover, Yi Zaiwen's main body 10 years ago was only able to beat the Great Sage Minor Mastery. This showed how great the progress was in his strength for the past 10 years. Not only that, his Star Beast Avatar progressed even faster. It had already entered the half-step Transcendent Realm late. With the blood essence and power of the adult Star Beast that sealed in the body and the destructive energy left by the Transcendent Realm Master in his body, he progressed like a rocket. Also, the Star Beast Avatar did not need to experience countless killings like his main body. By just absorbing all this energy, the Star Beast Avatar would naturally enter the half-step Transcendent Realm late. He would be truly ranked among the elite under Transcendent Realm. However, after entering the half-step Transcendent Realm late, there had been no such rapid progress. As for Transcendent Realm, it seemed too distant. Chapter 762. Chapter 762. Step into Great Sage Great Mastery, posted on August 31st. 2020 BY. This was different from the previous breakthrough, from half-step Transcendent Initial Realm to Intermediate then Late. For the breakthrough process, Yi Zaiwen's Star Beast Avatar largely depended on the absorption of blood essence and energy. But this would not work for the Avatar to attain Transcendent Realm. It had to rely on various inspirations and cultivation to keep up. With that, Star Beast Avatar was constantly immersed in the brand of blood, comprehending some of Star Beast's innate magical power and realm perception. That was in preparation for the ultimate breakthrough to become a Transcendent Realm Master. This required accumulation over time and opportunity. Yi Shiwen didn't know how long it would take. He could only be prepared as much as possible. If the opportunity comes, the breakthrough would take place immediately. There was the element of Tianyuan Mirror too. In this decade, Tianyuan Mirror had absorbed many blood essences. It had already reached a critical point to evolve. As long as it could absorb the blood essence of a Transcendent Realm Master, the evolution would immediately occur. Over the past 10 years, not only Yi Shiwen had made progress, but also survived many battles. In this world, warriors who survived many battles would have improvements in their foundation. On average, they could attain one level of breakthrough, just like Huang Wuji and Mu Xingjie. Both of them had stepped into half-step Transcendent Late Realm. This would be impossible usually. If they were able to step into half-step Transcendent Realm under normal circumstances, they were already considered to be cultivating at rocket speed. With the situation now, they had stepped into half-step Transcendent Late Realm. Relying on thousands of years of practice and accumulated knowledge, they were no slower than Yi Shiwen. If Yi Shiwen did not have many fruitful adventures, he would be unmatched to be brought up as a comparison. In addition to these two people, the progress of other people was also very obvious. The second senior sister, Lu Yanlan, had finally entered the Great Sage Great Perfection, and by Jiansong had also entered the Great Sage Minor Mastery. Their progress was rapid. Yang Wenjun and Deng Shuixin had also stepped into the Sage Minor Mastery Realm one after another. It could be said that the juniors and seniors of the Tibetan Star Summit experienced a huge transformation because of this warfare. Most of the distinguished Yi Zaiwen's peers had crossed the Great Sage Realm one after another and achieved breakthroughs in their foundation. In 10 years' time, True martial school had suddenly emerged with a large number of masters, and the potential of many talents was groomed under pressure. Of course, this positive picture disregarded masters that were killed in battles. Although there were a large number of masters emerging, the figures of masters died were tenfolds or even 100-fold. The loss was great. All in all, the emergence of those talents were paved in the path filled with countless corpses. The only path to becoming strong was to kill many enemies. Over the past 10 years, this rule was further proven in warfare. For ordinary martial art warriors, this decade was just as usual and passed without anything eventful. However, for Yi Shiwen, this decade was basically spent in the battle. On one side was the behemoth that once ruled the true martial domain. On the other side was the invincible sect of the current emergence world ruler. The collision between the two sects could be described as shocking. The cards between the two parties were exhausted. Various cards and tricks that were on hiatus were utilized. Even if it was Yi Shiwen, and even many disciples of true martial school had higher seniority than Yi Shiwen, didn't know that true martial school still had so many tricks and trump cards. Ancient arrays and divine tools had all come to life without warning, causing great damage to emergent school. This was also the reason why emergent school that was more enormous than true martial school had only advanced by 1/3 in terms of territory. It was conceivable that the further the emergent school advanced, the fiercer the resistance of true martial school would be, and the more serious the emergent school's losses would be. Many other forces, especially those that had been eyeing on true martial school for a while, had taken notice of it. Only then did they finally understand that true martial school, the South region ruler for so many years, had such a profound background. True martial school was holding themselves off for the small skirmish in the past. If it was not the emergent school, which invaded quite deep into true martial domain, the true martial school would not retaliate in full force. All of them were simply shocked in their hearts. Both emergent school and true martial school had unimaginable trump cards. If they were put into warfare like this, they would be completely destroyed. However, both sides still sustained till this stage. True martial school was also worthy of the name as the omni-existence that ruled the true martial domain. Although the Star Beast invasion had incurred a heavy loss, with a vast majority of the masters from the 5 regions and 4 wilderness sites were lost, the South region, which was established as a starting place and a fundamental place of true martial school, still had numerous backups. The true martial school's predecessors had laid many trump cards behind. Once all of them broke out, no one could stay calm to it. The warfare had entered a state of stalemate. Both sides seemed to be waiting for an opportunity to reverse the situation. However, these were things that the high level needs to consider. Yi Shiwen himself did not need to consider these. The only thing he would need to consider now was how to truly break through to the great sage, great mastery realm. With that, his combat power could escalate to half-step transcendent initial realm level in one fell swoop. At that time, he had both the option of offense and defense without relying on Star Beast Avatar. Yi Zaiwen's position in true martial school was considered elite class already. In true martial school, Transcendent Realm Masters and half-step Transcendent Realm Masters were supreme elder in each legatee, holding high authority at their own side. For Yi Shiwen, he had attained the Great Sage Minor Mastery Peak. He was only one step away, but he was not in a hurry. Now that the battle was so intense, there were numerous opportunities for him. Yi Shiwen had a much more enormous wealth now. After killing the emergent school's masters, he could plunder the wealth of them, and even exchange them for points. These points would allow him to get more wealth. In the end, he had 2 folds of harvest. Those masters who survived also made a fortune. This was also the reason why those who were still alive had a great leap in their cultivation progress. It was all due to the supply of many resources and wealth that was hard to come by usually. A large number of elixir started to burn wildly as Yi Zaiwen's mysterious space absorbed them. The glory of mysterious space became more and more dazzling. More and more information was deduced and instilled into Yi Zaiwen's mind. Now that the accumulation of Yi Shiwen was long enough, he could catch up with the realm perception and step into the great sage, great mastery realm in one fell swoop. He reached this point 3 years ago, and he could break through at any time. However, he had been waiting. If it was just an ordinary breakthrough, his combat power would only escalate by one level. He could only become invincible among great sage, great perfection peak, and could not contend with half-step transcendent realm opponents. He did not stop burning the elixirs, absorbing them, and deduce various realms perception, so that he could fight with half-step transcendent initial realm master once he obtained breakthrough. Although it was only half-step transcendent initial realm, the fact was the words transcendent realm were gotten closer. It was already extraordinary and hard to achieve under normal circumstances. His actual realm perception must be able to really match up with the half-step transcendent realm, which was something that other people couldn't do at all. They only had realm perception of the realm they were in. They did not have a mysterious space like Yi Shiwen. As long as there were enough elixir, the realm perception could be continuously derived. In the meantime, Yi Shiwen was not short of those elixirs. Despite the resources required for deducing the realm of half-step transcendent realm were also massive, Yi Shiwen could still supply it. With him killing emergent school master nonstop and continuing the plunder, he was willing to invest it all. This was why Yi Zaiwen's realm of perception was always faster than his cultivation speed. Yi Shiwen deduced realm perception at every moment. Hence, even if Yi Shiwen progressed in cultivation lightning fast, the foundation of the realm was well consolidated. All in all, that was the real benefit. It was also the fundamental reason why Yi Shiwen could fight someone beyond his cultivation realm. Although Yi Shiwen eliminated a wave of Tao soldiers, the emergent school's Tao Soldiers Legion was still as endless as 10 years ago. With another wave killed, another wave came. It was endless. The shadow of the Mingxin ancient tree appeared behind Yi Shiwen. Colorful divine light bloomed in which the light engulfed him. Yi Shiwen suddenly felt that his spiritual senses were empty, and all the misunderstandings disappeared without a trace. Only the information from the mysterious space branded into the depth of his spirit bit by bit. The efficiency suddenly escalated by tenfolds. This was the perk of the Mingxin ancient tree. Those under the Mingxin ancient tree's blessings would improve overnight. Compared with 10 years ago, the Mingxin ancient tree had also grown a bit higher. During this decade, the spiritual energy generated on Dragon Vein had basically supplied to the Mingxin ancient tree. Yi Shiwen himself only used elixir. The spiritual energy of elixirs was really incomparable with the spiritual energy released in Dragon Vein. Yi Shiwen was once again among the masters of emergent school. The battle had taken place for a long time. The vital energy and blood in his body were also surging. Yi Shiwen could feel that the barrier of the realm was just in front of him. It was the barrier which he had a glimpse of 3 years ago, but he had not chosen a breakthrough. The breakthrough was approaching now. The closer it was, the calmer Yi Shiwen became, the more empty his heart was. Boom! All the aura within his body seemed to break free of all restraints and rushed out. At last, Yi Shiwen stepped into the great sage, great mastery realm. A spear pierced through the vast sky from the void, coming straight to Yi Shiwen. It was extremely brilliant. Chapter 763. Chapter 763. It's time to fight back. Yi Shiwen did not feel any special for stepping into the great sage, great mastery. For him, this was a matter of course. Stepping into the great sage, great mastery was originally something that could have been done 3 years ago, but he simply delayed for 3 years in order to have enough accumulation. If he broke through 3 years ago, his current combat power would not be equal to that of half-step transcendent realm. But the breakthrough had awaited 3 years. Furthermore, it took place in such an intense battlefield. After 3 years of accumulation, His combat power had an explosive development that went beyond realm limitation. But before he could be happy, a spear came assaulting through the vast sky from the void. The spear was extremely brilliant and went straight to Yi Shiwen. The timing was excellent. At the moment of Yi Zaiwen's breakthrough, the assassination came. During the instance of breakthrough, Yi Shiwen should be the most tired and the least prepared. One could imagine how accurate this man's grasp on the battle was. The opponent should be a veteran, but he made a miscalculation on Yi Shiwen. In such a dangerous battlefield, Yi Shiwen would not let his guard down even in breakthrough. This was his habit. He broke through more than once in battle. It was a lesson learned from the cruel reality. What's more, he was already accustomed to multitasking. It was simply impossible to ambush him. At that very moment, Yi Zaiwen's skin was instantly covered with golden divinity. These divinities were like waves, blooming in the sunshine with boundless light. Yi Shiwen spread his hands apart, squeezed his 5 fingers into a fist, and launched a punch on the long spear. Asterisk dang! Asterisk under the metal clanking sound. Yi Zaiwen's fist struck on the long spear tip. The spear was seemingly made out of gold, or even something that had higher tensile strength than gold. This spear had obviously reached the great sage tool level. White marks were left on Yi Zaiwen's fist, and that was all it could achieve. This happened so swiftly. After the attack, the opponent instantly fled. It lived up to the quality of an assassin. Yi Shiwen was not surprised at the presence of assassins in Emergent School because Emergent School was so grand. It was impossible for everyone to practice the same martial arts. Just like true martial school, there were all kinds of legates from various lineages. The types of lineages were complex. The more sophisticated these lineages were, the more powerful their forces would be. Emergent School dominated the entire Emergence world. It was no surprise that there was such an assassin legate. Running away! Yi Shiwen yelled, shocking everyone in the proximity. After stepping into the Great Sage, Great Mastery realm, his strength had changed dramatically. This confidence exploded to the sky at this moment. Yi Shiwen immediately stepped out, crossing the void directly. He delivered a shockwave that distinguished the assassin. It was an assassin in black robes. It was difficult to see the figure clearly. Half of the body had integrated into the space. Yi Shiwen, living up to the name of a monstrous genius in true martial school for many years. I wanted to take advantage of your breakthrough to kill you. Who knows you are so sly? Even when it's breakthrough, you still don't relax your vigilance. The assassin looked at Yi Shiwen deeply and said, "Haha, do you know how much is your bounty? You are the fuse who triggered the war after all. In just a decade, you have beheaded many Emergent School masters. As long as I kill you, I will be able to obtain massive resources, which is enough for me to attain the Transcendent Realm. How unfortunate. I still fail in the end." Yi Shiwen caught the assassin, but he was not nervous at all, as if he could retreat at any time. Although his face-to-face combat strength was still somewhat weak even in the face of Yi Shiwen who had just broken through, he was confident to flee. "Kill me?" Yi Shiwen grinned. During this time period, he did kill a lot of masters. At the time he escaped from the hands of the Transcendent Realm Master, it really shocked the high-ups of both forces. If he died in the hands of the Transcendent Realm Master at that time, it would not be a surprise. However, he escaped from the hands of the Transcendent Realm Master, which shocked the higher-ups of Emergent School. There were so many disciples under their sect. However, no one could achieve this feat despite Fair Maiden Peak's chief stopping the second attack. No one under their sect could survive even one attack from Transcendent Realm Master. Transcendent Realm and Great Sage Realm were fundamentally different. Their lifespan was on a whole different level too. It was a leap to develop from the Legendary Realm to the Sage Realm. It was a great vault to escalate from Great Sage Realm to Transcendent Realm. It was a miracle in itself to be able to escape from the Transcendent Realm Master. Such a person would be a huge threat in the future. Therefore, the bounty on Yi Zaiwen's head in emergence school was getting higher and higher. You should think about whether you can save your life before you talk. Yi Shiwen sneered. He charged his fist. It was as if a star swooshed down, puncturing the sky and shaking the world. The assassin sneered. His body suddenly retreated and disappeared into the sky like a line. His speed was extremely fast. His movement technique was definitely first grade. No wonder he had the confidence to escape from Yi Shiwen. But he still had a miscalculation on Yi Shiwen. What was the most prominent strength of Yi Shiwen? That would definitely be speed, and even much superior than his physical body. Trying to flee again, Yi Zaiwen's mouth gleamed with a disdainful smile. There was a golden glint in his eyes. A pair of golden wings spread behind him. He morphed into a cluster of golden light and flickered forward. In just a moment, he had crashed into Emergent School's army formation and immediately caught up with the assassin. The assassin, who had stepped into the half-step transcendent realm, saw Yi Shiwen catching up in a flash. A hint of terror appeared in his gaze. He dared to talk in front of Yi Shiwen, thinking that his movement technique gave him invincibility. He was not ignorant of Yi Zaiwen's brilliant record. Even the half-step transcendent realm master had fallen into his hands, but he thought that Yi Shiwen wouldn't be able to keep up with him. Hence, the superior strength was nothing to be concerned about. In the same power realm, his movement technique was top-notch. He never expected to be caught up. Although Yi Shiwen appeared like a great sage, he didn't think much about it other than Yi Shiwen had a profound skill, which stopped him from identifying further. There were many warriors who pretended to be weak to strike the prey. They tend to be boastful as well. Having another person like that was within expectation. He never believed that a great sage realm master could behead a half-step transcendent realm master. This was even more incredible than half-step transcendent realm escaped from transcendent realm. But now Yi Zaiwen's performance had completely subverted his beliefs. Yi Shiwen had debunked what he didn't believe in the past with reality. Poison dragon drill! How could he be reconciled? He directly returned with a spear stab. It was like a poison dragon as the spear's head spun madly, as if he could drill a big hole in the universe. Breaking through the world, it drilled towards Yi Shiwen. Rippling mountain seal. Yi Shiwen instantly incarnated a seal and fell down like a huge mountain. Boom! The rippling mountain seal directly crushed the poison dragon drill. The long spear instantly flew out without losing any momentum and launched directly on the black-robed assassin. Boom! The black-robed assassin was directly hit on the spot. He screamed in agony and was directly killed by Yi Shiwen. Although he was also a half-step transcendent realm, he was only great in speed and assassination. However, in direct confrontation, he might be able to kill Great Sage. But for Yi Shiwen, who was enough to match the combat power of half-step transcendent realm initial, it seemed too weak. When a master has a momentary flaw, it is enough to determine life and death. Not to mention that no matter whether it was physical cultivation, speed, or combat power, Yi Shiwen was far better than the other. In just one move, Yi Shiwen defeated him on the spot, plundering his wealth too. The Tianyuan mirror also absorbed all of the blood essences too. He was not Yi Zaiwen's opponent at all. Yi Shiwen fanned his demon wings directly and returned to the true martial school. Sure enough, just after leaving, another big hand of Transcendent Realm fell down on Yi Zaiwen's position just now. Over the years, such scenes had not only appeared once or twice. Yi Shiwen had been used to it for a long time. He dared not stay in the battlefield for a long time because he knew how much the Emergence School people wanted to get rid of him. Even if he stayed in the battlefield for a short period of time, he would face a surprise attack from the Transcendent Realm Master. In this regard, Yi Shiwen was also helpless. What is the problem with the Transcendent Realm Master? Who do they need to hunt a mere great sage? Every time I appear longer, a Transcendent Realm Master will definitely launch an attack. It was as though Yi Shiwen had really pissed them off. Every time he appeared, he would attract the Transcendent Realm Master. It was as though Transcendent Realm Masters were not a big deal as they appeared so casually. "Brother Yi!" The call interrupted Yi Zaiwen's thoughts. Yi Shiwen glanced forward. It was Qi Fifan. In 10 years, Qi Fifan also entered the Great Sage. At the time, the Supreme School Master accepted him as an apprentice. Many people still felt puzzled, but as he entered the Great Sage afterwards, there was lesser gossip. He had become a ruler at one side, leading a large army. He also made a name for himself after many battles. Yi Shiwen did not expect to encounter him here. "Brother Qi." Yi Shiwen was a little baffled. At this time, Qi Fifan was not safeguarding the army. "Why is he here?" "Brother Yi, I finally found you. Let's go and follow me now," said Qi Fifan. Yi Shiwen frowned and asked, "Brother Yi, what is the matter? Why are you so eager for me to go?" "Serious business," Qi Fifan said. "My master is summoning half-step Transcendent Realm Warriors for a meeting. It's time to fight back." Chapter 764. Chapter 764. Emergent School took the first move. Strike them back? Yi Shiwen almost thought he had heard it wrong. We're actually going to strike them back. In fact, True Martial School had utilized many shocking trump cards and tricks under the pressure of Emergent School in the past 10 years. Despite so, it was still an indisputable fact that the territory had shrunk by 1/3. In other words, even though many tricks and cards were utilized, there was still a huge gap in strength with Emergent School. In the eyes of many, True Martial School was doing somewhat of stubborn resistance, seeming to seize as much territory in its hands and force the Emergent School to retreat due to the unbearable cost. This was also the most likely and safest way which everyone could think of. After all, although True Martial School once led True Martial Domain, they now had no command of the entire realm. True Martial School's strength was far from being comparable with Emergent School, which was now in its heyday. Of course, it had not reached the point where Emergent School could completely crush True Martial School. In fact, even Yi Shiwen held this opinion too. After 10 years, True Martial School had maneuvered every powerful trick up its sleeves. As the True Martial School's tricks revealed one by one, even Yi Shiwen felt that this was more or less the limit. Those on the front line would slowly exhaust Emergent School, forcing them to withdraw from True Martial Domain before they suffer huge losses. Yi Shiwen didn't expect that True Martial School was planning to fight back. Although he didn't know True Martial School's plan, he could feel that the current circumstance would change. Since True Martial School intended to fight back, then it must be a thunderous blow. Thinking of this, Yi Shiwen didn't hesitate and flew to the depths of True Martial School. Yi Shiwen, who now had the combat power of half-step Transcendent Realm, could already be regarded as the top of the school. Soon, Yi Shiwen rushed to the meeting hall where the Supreme Schoolmaster was at. At this time, a lot of half-step Transcendent Realm Masters had gathered. Most of them were the old guys indulged in close cultivation for many years. Basically, those considered the same generation with the Supreme Schoolmaster could be ranked as the higher-ups of the school, provided that the cultivation realm was at least half-step Transcendent Realm. On the contrary, it was very rare to see someone like Yi Shiwen. Seeing Yi Shiwen coming over, many older generation masters in half-step Transcendent Realm had turned their gaze over. Yi Shiwen had become famous in the past 10 years. Yi Zaiwen's age was so young. Even their apprentices might be much older than Yi Shiwen. However, it was this young man who made a name for himself in just a decade, achieving a reputation that enabled him to have the same seniority with the older generation. Although Yi Shiwen appeared to be just a great sage, it was still a fact that the half-step Transcendent Realm Master died in his hands. No one would stir up trouble with Yi Shiwen. That would be simply too dumb. It was just that although Yi Zaiwen's reputation had risen and shaken the True Martial School in 10 years, These half-step transcendent realm masters were all rulers at their own territory. Everyone here was rare to be caught sight normally. Many of them had only heard of Yi Zaiwen's name, but none had seen him in person. Hence, all the gaze was directed at Yi Shiwen at the current moment. In the eyes of everyone, Yi Shiwen was at ease. At this time, he found that there were a bunch of more than 30 masters of half-step transcendent realm in the corner. The two leading experts in half-step transcendent realm are Huang Wuji and Mu Xingjie. Compared with other older half-step transcendent realm masters, Yi Shiwen seemed a little out of place. Seeing Yi Shiwen coming, Huang Wuji strode forward, followed by masters queued behind him. Haha, Brother Yi, you have been doing well recently. I just heard that you kill another half-step transcendent realm master? Huang Wuji said with a laugh. 10 years had brought great changes to Huang Wuji. Compared with 10 years ago, he had undergone earth-shaking changes. The accumulation of the past 1,000 years had completely exploded in this decade. It was indisputable that only fierce battle would hone a person. Huang Wuji looked at Yi Shiwen and was a little relieved. The little junior finally grew up and became at the same level as him. The Tibetan Star Summit had more successors. For him, this might be the most important thing. Of course, many people, including himself, also found it simply incredible that Yi Shiwen had already butchered a lot of half-step transcendent realm masters. Generally speaking, the half-step transcendent realm masters were the pinnacles when the transcendent realm masters did not appear. They usually have their own trump card. Hence, they were tough opponents to hunt down. Hence, every half-step transcendent realm master dead could shock the world for a while. If the transcendent realm masters were easy to kill, like the Sage Realm and the Great Sage Realm, then the half-step transcendent realm master in this hall would be long dead already. However, this rule did not apply to Yi Shiwen. Once he made a move, it would be a swift and neat kill without any sloppiness in it. The death happened instantly. They might have higher seniority than Yi Shiwen, but when it came to killing half-step transcendent realm masters, they were far inferior to Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen just killed another one. They were destined to be unmatched to Yi Shiwen. Compared with Yi Shiwen, many of them had no means of delivering a fatal blow. Most importantly, they didn't have the speed of Yi Shiwen. As long as they were not as strong as Yi Shiwen, they would be killed. That allowed Yi Shiwen an advantage to safely choose between both offense and defense. No one else had that. If the other party was determined to pursue Yi Shiwen to the end, they might not be able to catch up. Those with faster speed would generally be weaker in other aspects, for example being weaker in a direct confrontation. They could completely forget about killing the opponent. Yi Shiwen was unique in being strong all-roundly. Despite Huang Wuji and Mu Xingjie having killed many more, they could not be compared with Yi Shiwen. I'm just lucky, Yi Shiwen said with a smile. He was promoted to the Great Sage, Great Mastery Realm, and he didn't really plan to find fault on others. It all happened coincidentally. On the other side, the young masters behind Mu Xingjie were a bit embarrassed. His conflict with Yi Shiwen now was over after the battle between Yi Shiwen and Mu Xingjie in addition to the current enemy. But it was a bit awkward to meet again. But without giving him much chance to stay in his own thoughts. Soon another group of people came in with the Supreme School master taking the lead. Those behind him turned out to be the heads of the 10 legates. These 10 legate leaders would rule a territory on their own. They were always ready to resist the attack of any transcendent realm master alongside their disciples. It was impossible for them to gather together, but it did indeed happen. It was really like Chi Fifin said true martial school was going to make a big move and summon everyone back. Of course, true martial school not only had these transcendent realm masters, but all other masters couldn't be summoned back. Otherwise, the defense line would collapse. The Supreme School master frowned slightly. He glanced at everyone with a serious gaze before he spoke up. I summoned everyone today, not for anything else, but for us to fight back. When talking about fighting back, the Supreme School Master, clenched his fists. Everyone's heart seemed to be tense with this grip. For 10 years, True Martial School was still defending stubbornly despite countless deaths and injuries. They were also forced to be in a deadlock, guarding True Martial School. Although True Martial School had declined for many years, it was still the True Martial Domain's ruler. When did they suffer so hard previously? They were completely suppressed by the opponent, stirring up everyone's anger. However, True Martial School's strength was indeed inferior to Emergent School. They had no way to go about it. Now it was finally time to fight back. Everyone got themselves excited. Over the years, they have been rampaging in the True Martial Domain. It's time to come to an end. The Supreme Schoolmaster said lightly, "We're going to send them all to heaven in one fell swoop. The reason why I summoned you was to let you go all out and never let them escape. After they are fatally injured, you are responsible for killing anyone who might escape. None of them can be spared. It will be a mass slaughter." In the tone of the Supreme Schoolmaster, there were great killing intentions. He had been used to being the Supreme Schoolmaster for so many years, keeping a poised manner. However, he was a ruthless schoolmaster. His words were resolute. When the Emergent School demanded Yi Shiwen, he gave a similarly strong response. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that Emergent School was also suffering heavy losses outside. However, it was still far away from a serious injury. It was a scary last move, confident enough to kill them all. Has True Martial School been preparing for this last move for the past 10 years? At this time, countless spiritual energies in the sky seemed to be pumped away in an instant and gathered towards a place outside True Martial School. The chi was surging wildly. Even the True Martial School arrays had their spiritual energy taken away. Everyone's face suddenly changed. They launched their spiritual senses to peek on the outside. With everyone's strength above half-step transcendent realm, it was not difficult for their spiritual sense to cover the True Martial School. What they saw was a huge long saber, like a mountain appearing in the sky, unbeknownst to them. It was bursting with unimaginable light. The terrible saber aura madly formed a huge barrier in the sky. Countless spiritual energy was absorbed by this long saber in an instant. It got bigger and bigger. Everyone's heart was stunned. They were just plotting to fight back, but Emergent School actually took the first move. This saber should be the garrisoned martial instruments of Emergent School, Emergent's immortal exterminating saber. The Supreme Schoolmaster said calmly. Chapter 765. Chapter 765. Sacrifice Emergent's immortal exterminating saber. Everyone on the spot was shocked. This weapon was well known as a lethal weapon. In fact, True Martial School knew a lot about Emergent School. In the past, when True Martial School was still in its heyday, its forces also expanded beyond the starry sky. True Martial School had interacted with various major forces and launched many wars. They would know a lot about the major forces. In particular, during the time when Emergent School was about to invade True Martial School, they had also consulted various materials and classics in regards to Emergent School. Although it was ancient books and materials recorded many years ago, it was much better than staying blind. Hence, True Martial School was still aware of this legendary garrisoned martial instrument of Emergent School. Emergent's immortal exterminating saber was said to be obtained by the founder of Emergent School from a secret ruin. According to rumors, Emergent School's ancestors once relied on the Emergent's immortal exterminating saber to behead the Holy Realm dwellers. No one knew whether this rumor was true or false, but the legend of Emergent's immortal exterminating saber was passed down. Even in Emergent School's turmoil many times, this weapon was dispatched to settle the unrest. For Emergent School, it carried a special meaning. This weapon was enshrined in the deepest part of Emergent School. No one expected that Emergent School would dispatch this lethal weapon during the attack on True Martial School. Exterminate immortals. These words alone were enough to make countless people frightened. It was the legendary immortals. How terrifying this saber was to slaughter immortals. The Emergence Immortal Exterminating Saber was naturally powerful, but it was obviously not easy to be expedited. Otherwise, Emergence School would probably have used it long ago. With such a weapon, true martial school had probably been breached long ago. Everyone had panic painted over their face, whether they liked it or not. It seems like we still have to take action, Senior Brother Supreme Schoolmaster. It just so happens to be a good chance to eliminate the Emergence School entirely. At this time, Dang Yangfeng, who was behind the Supreme School Master, stood up and said. His tone seemed desolated. I will shoulder it by myself. The Supreme Schoolmaster said, lightly with no doubt in his tone. We can't do that. You still have to take on the work of rebuilding the school afterward. I'm not good at such a task. This is a good chance to extricate myself. Let me go. Dang Yangfeng said. It's all right for the school to lose me, but not Senior Brother. Everyone was at a loss, but they could hear that this was obviously not a good thing. Senior Brother, didn't we agree? Since the true martial school was founded, many ancestors have thrown their sweats and blood for the schools. Since ancient times, the number of sacrifices did not drop, let alone what happens today. Let those fuckers who have a covetous intention on us to recognize the truth. If I can ensure the safety of the school for thousands of years, I'm willing to head to the underworld. I can die with peace of mind, Chief Dang Yangfeng said. The vital energy and blood all over his body suddenly escalated to a whole new level. His face, covered with beard stubble, was even more determined and shocking. The nephew of our master once said that true martial school has no coward's fear of dying. I'm already old with not many days left. My lifespan is prolonged with the medicines in school. I struggle on whilst at death's door. Right now, I can finally do something for true martial school. Supreme Schoolmaster, don't stop me on this. I think we are all well aware of the power of Emergence Immortal Exterminating Saber. There is no way to stop this lethal weapon except for the 7-star Chi-breaking array. At this time, 6 more gray-haired, skinny old men walked out from the back of the hall. Master's uncle. Master. Grandmaster. As soon as these 6 gray-haired old men came out, many of the half-step Transcendent Realm Masters who were present suddenly shouted out. These veteran masters had lived for thousands of years. When they saw these gray-haired masters, they couldn't help crying out in exclamation and cried bitterly. These masters turned out to be those who still survived for ages in the true martial school. They were the elderly predecessor, having higher seniority than the Supreme Schoolmaster, who now ruled the true martial school. 2 among the group was the predecessor chief among the top 10 legatees. Grandmaster. By Yi Zaiwen's side, Huang Wuji prostrated himself, feeling despondent to one of the white-clothed old men like a heartbroken child. I am Wuji. I didn't expect to be able to meet you at this time. Yi Shiwen then knew that the old man in white was actually the previous chief of the Tibetan Star Summit, the previous Tibetan Star Sun. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen was shocked. The Tibetan Star Summit had only one heir, even until Yi Zaiwen's generation. Yi Shiwen had never heard of the chief from the previous generation ever since he joined. Hence, he thought the previous generation had already died of old age. He didn't expect that the older generation was still alive, having the chance to meet such a person again. In shock, Yi Shiwen also knelt down quickly, not daring to be rude. Good boy, I didn't expect that you have grown to this stage in the past 1,000 years. Ha ha ha. God really bless Tibetan Star Summit. The previous Tibetan Star Sun laughed loudly in delight. You master did an excellent job. It is better off to hand Tibetan Star Summit to him rather than me. When I first met you, you were just a child, but now you are grown up. My true martial school, indeed, has a successor now. Disciple is blessed with the Master's grace. Otherwise, I won't have such an achievement today. I don't know that Master is still in the world. Otherwise, I should have paid my respect and be filial. Huang Wuji cried out, extremely sad. He had faintly guessed why these people from the elderly predecessor generation, who he initially thought were dead or missing, appeared now. 7-star Qi-breaking array. When they mentioned this array, everyone understood the plan. This array was not really well known. It was not because it was not powerful. On the contrary, this array was extremely powerful and malicious. It would not be utilized in the critical moment. Once the array was set up, the person who placed this array would inevitably die in the end, and no one would be spared no matter what the result was. At this moment, these 6 elderly predecessors and Dangyang Peak Chief stood out. They were obviously going to put up the 7-star Qi-breaking array to stop the attack of that peerless weapon. Not to mention how terrifying that peerless weapon was, but there was also the severe backlash of the 7-star breaking elementary array. They would inevitably die, even if they survived the confrontation. All of their blood essence would be exhausted. The death would be extremely miserable. Therefore, although this large array was extremely powerful, it was not well known. Every time it appeared, it must be the time when true martial school was at stake. This array had an extremely harsh condition. Only transcendent realm masters could operate it. If it weren't for the time when it was a matter of life and death, how could 7 transcendent realm masters be sacrificed like this? That was why Huang Wuji couldn't help crying. Even if the master didn't die previously, but now once he stepped up, he would definitely die for sure. It would really be the last time to see him. Stupid boy. The previous Tibetan star son didn't care. I was seriously injured in a battle. If I hadn't stayed in the depths of the dragon vein all these years and nourished by countless spiritual energy, I would have died already. Even so, I was in a coma most of the time. You knew it a long time ago, and it was impossible for you to look for me. Right now, I could see that you are becoming more and more prosperous. I felt relief. I can face the Tibetan Star Summit ancestors. The inheritance of the Tibetan Star Summit has never been interrupted in my hands, after all. Grandmaster, Huang Wuji cried, even more sad. Yi Shiwen had never seen Huang Wuji cry like a child. Although he and his senior brother Huang Wuji didn't have many chances to meet each other, their relationship was great. Seeing him like this, Yi Shiwen felt uncomfortable. What's more, he also figured out that the 7-star Qi-breaking array would be the last sacrifice these seniors could give. It reminded him of the old sect Lord at the beginning. The situation was the same. It was rather challenging. During the last battle, it sparkled like a brilliant firework, dedicating his life to Yi Yuan's sect. Perhaps true martial school had all kinds of internal struggles where many people within fight for power. However, there were always these people who were willing to give everything for the school, and even their lives. It was precisely because these people kept fighting for true martial school that true martial school could continue having legatees countless years. You are Yi Shiwen, right? Suddenly, the previous Tibetan star son looked at Yi Shiwen. His gaze was filled with kindness. Grandmaster, I am. Yi Shiwen quickly replied. Your master told me about you 2 years ago. Tibetan Star Sutra is also completed by you. For our Tibetan Star Summit, the most important inheritance has also been completed in your hands. I can finally rest assured that I put no shame to the ancestors. The hope of the Tibetan Star Summit in the future depends on Wuji and you. The previous Tibetan Star Son smiled with satisfaction and felt relief in his heart. Perhaps the nightmare of the Tibetan Star Summit would end. Fates would allow them to soar. Unfortunately, I won't be able to witness that scene anymore. Grandmaster, rest assured, you can definitely see the disciples carry forward the Tibetan Star Summit. Huang Wuji whimpered. We old guys have finished off our lifespan. I have everything I wanted in this life with no regrets. Unfortunately, there are only 6 of us in this generation. If there is another one, we don't have to sacrifice Master's nephew Dangyang. Master's nephew Dangyang is in his prime years. You shouldn't step on this path with us. 6 dying old guys. The previous Tibetan star sun sighed, but gazed towards Chief Dangyang. Master's uncle, don't need to say that. Even if we don't operate the 7-star chi breaking array this time, our generation should retreat behind the scenes. I won't be able to contribute much. Being able to see the younger generation growing further, I have no more worries. Now, just welcome these emergent school bastards shortly. Dangyang Chief said in awe-inspiringly. Chapter 766. Chapter 766. Unmatched power. Although the current true martial school had suffered heavy losses, it did gain something. At least the younger generation of elites had grown up as a result. A group of half-step transcendent realms, headed by Huang Wuji and Mu Xingjie, was formed. These people would be the pillar of true martial school in the future. In the next few hundred years, they would enter the transcendent realm sooner or later. Then they could protect true martial school for thousands of years, and maybe even longer. Just like the flower. As one generation grew, another generation declined. True martial school passed their lineage across generations from ancient times until today. Taking this event as an opportunity, the upgrading of the power hierarchy that was already in preparation would also be accelerated. Whoever could be the first to break into the transcendent realm might become the first person to sit on the true martial school throne, holding the highest power while becoming the leader of true martial school for thousands of years in the future. Huang Wuji and Mu Xingjie were undoubtedly the two most promising people so far. Under the circumstance that Mu Xingjie would inevitably succeed as the law enforcement hall master, Huang Wuji might not only be the Tibetan Star Summit chief, but might even have a heavier responsibility placed on him. After all, the Tibetan Star Summit was quite limited. It would take a long time to revive. Putting Huang Wuji on the Tibetan Star Summit was somewhat wasteful, even though in the shoes of the Tibetan Star Summit, the Tibetan Star Summit's revival might be the utmost important matter. For the entire true martial school, the Tibetan Star Summit was only a small part of it. Huang Wuji's talent naturally required him to take a more important responsibility in the future. Although the Tibetan Star Summit was not big, there were many talents. Lu Yanlan and Bai Jiansong were also very likely to enter the transcendent realm. At that time, anyone among them could become Tibetan Star Sun, let alone there was a monstrous Yi Shiwen in the group. The huge long saber in the sky was madly absorbing the spiritual energy between the heavens and the earth. At this time, many true martial school disciples outside also knew the lethality laid in this weapon. All of them attacked one after another. None of the attacks could hurt Emergent's immortal exterminating saber, all of which were absorbed by it and became stronger. Several Dangyang Peak Chief knew that they could no longer wait like this. They hurriedly stepped out of the void into the sky and formed the formation of 7-star chi breaking array. All 7 of them were holding each other in their hands. The complicated seal tactics were uniform, and they chanted a series of inexplicable and obscure spells. The blood in their bodies were boiling with all their blood energy, surged to the sky, tangling into a big net. It became stronger and stronger as time passed. A transcendent realm master's move could shock the universe, let alone when 7 of them were making a move at the same time. The scene could be described as shocking heaven and earth. On one side was Emergent School's peerless weapon, Emergent's immortal exterminating saber. On the other side was the 7-star chi breaking array laid out by 7 transcendent realm masters. 2 powerful forces began to rise. Immortal exterminating? It's still a long way ahead. Yi Mo's voice appeared in Yi Zaiwen's mind. It is far from enough to be able to exterminate an immortal, but it's probably because there is no one who could really maneuver the saber. Immortals, is there really such a character? Yi Shiwen asked. Emergent School's goal was to attain immortal ascension, which made the world gasp in surprise. Yes, it's merely a stage in the path of cultivation. It's nothing in itself. Many people just worship them like deities. Yi Mo continued. However, this saber is a bit interesting. Everyone listens. At this time, the Supreme School Master took command. His voice was a bit cold, suppressing his anger. All of you scatters. Wait for our counterattack. Then, we will give all we have to chase down the defeated soldiers. We cannot allow them to escape. After saying that, the Supreme School Master had disappeared in the hall. Many Transcendent Realm Masters, who disappeared with him, had gone to prepare for a counterattack. As for the battle in the sky, they had ignored it, or simply put, they had full confidence in these 7 Transcendent Realm Masters. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color. There was a loud noise with hints of hurricane approaching. A horrifying saber intent fell from the sky, as if to chop up the world. The colorful saber aura was like a rainbow, gorgeous and charming, but death aura came along with it. As the slash approached, the entire true martial school was seemingly about to be annihilated. A stronger force soared. The blood light skyrocketed as the 7-star chi-breaking array boiled. A vast force confronted the terrifying saber aura. Boom! 2 majestic forces suddenly collided in the air. A destructive force swept out from the middle, sweeping everything in all directions like sea waves. Wherever that force passed, the various arrays that densely covered the sky were all annihilated. The space collapsed completely, revealing the terrifying void and darkness as chaos poured out. A huge mushroom cloud rose slowly. 2 terrible forces were locked in a stalemate at each other in the sky. Puff! Among the 7 Transcendent Realm Masters, someone had started to struggle in maintaining the array. A mouthful of blood spurted out. His figure swayed slightly. Luckily, he managed to stabilize his figure again, and more blood energy was consumed. The world changed its color, and the mighty power was boiling. Everyone was discolored in front of this stalwart power. Either one of these 2 powers was enough to destroy a piece of the world. Even the Transcendent Realm Powerhouse was vulnerable to these 2 powers. They wouldn't be able to sustain even a hit before getting completely annihilated. It was like the feeling of helplessness when facing the terrible power between heaven and earth. It manifested the unstoppable and irreversible power. Yi Shiwen watched the collision of those 2 terrifying forces in the sky. Even if he was far apart with many arrays protecting him, he could still feel the power capable of collapsing the heaven and the earth contained in those 2 forces. If he were to confront them face to face, only death awaited him. There was no force capable of resisting them. He couldn't help but feel discouraged. It was unstoppable by manpower. No one knew how long the stalemate lasted. Maybe it was a moment, or maybe a century. The 2 terrible forces finally dissipated. The huge long saber gradually shrank, turned into a cluster of light, and fled back into the formation of Emergent School. On the other side, the previous Tibetan Star Sun and others were already skinny. All of their blood essence was consumed. Chapter 767. Chapter 767. Start fighting back with such earth-shattering power. Neither of the 2 parties could easily release it anymore. In order to mobilize the Emergent's immortal exterminating saber, Emergent School made plentiful of preparation and effort to be able to succeed. This time the operation failed. They had no way to launch the next attack in a short time. On the other side, the 7-star chi-breaking array, representing the true martial school, was unable to continue. The 7-star chi-breaking array, which had just resisted the Emergent's immortal exterminating saber, was exhausted. At this time, the 7 masters had already collapsed, especially Dangyang Peak Chief, who took the lead. He suffered the worst repercussion. He was originally a man in his prime years. Right now, he suddenly became a few thousand years older and became a scrawny old man. The true martial school disciples below cried bitterly. Many people had recognized these masters who laid out the 7-star chi-breaking array. They had given everything for true martial school, and they were still fighting. Kill! Kill those bastards from Emergent School. We can't let the Grandmasters die in vain. Yes, kill all of them. none to be spared. The true martial school's disciples immediately roared out in indignation. Maybe any one of them couldn't turn things around, but it would evolve into a mighty force when there were thousands, 10,000, or hundreds of thousands of people united. The will of the people represented heaven's will. Yi Shiwen could faintly see that the spirit of many school disciples had changed. The gloominess for being stagnant for a few years, in addition to the worry of getting wiped out by emergent school, were all gone. All the disciples soared with even more terrifying combat power. But the 7 masters who placed the 7-star Qi-breaking array in the sky did not stop. Although the few people were old with their faces beyond recognizable at this moment, they all smiled. Ha ha ha, emergent school bastards, welcome our gift. Ha ha ha, let me be the last sacrifice. Dangyang Peak Chief suddenly laughed wildly. The heroic laughter spread, shocking the opponent to its core. Ha! Beware of any tricks. There were a slight confusion and cold snorts coming from the emergent school army. Boom! 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 After a consecutive 7 explosions sounded like thunder, the 7 masters, including Dangyang Peak Chief, exploded directly. They had directly self-destructed, turned into a ball of blood essence, and entangled together in the air. Like a cannonball, they fell directly into the mountains of the true martial school at lightning speed. In just a moment, the blood sea surged in the true martial mountains. Consecutively, a large formation that was hidden for many years in the true martial mountains was resurrected. A blue light rose into the sky. The blood sea was absorbed in an instant. Everyone was stunned by this shocking change. Even Yi Shiwen was no exception. However, they immediately became excited. It was the last move from true martial school. Sure enough, a surge of shocking sword Qi rushed into the sky as expected. A boundless halo obscured the sky and the earth. A huge and sharp roar swept in all directions from a mountain peak. The whole scene was gorgeous and terrifying at the same time. In the endless sword Qi, a figure slowly stepped out. The whole person was enveloped by this boundless halo. But Yi Shiwen could see clearly that this person was none other than the Supreme Schoolmaster. At this time, the Supreme Schoolmaster had a calm face. There was no sadness or joy, but his gaze became colder and colder. His sight on the emergent school army became more ruthless. In his hand, there was a primitive stone sword. It was 1 meter long and green in color. No one knew when it was forged. The style was entirely different from the present. The boundless sword Qi and the radiance were all emitted by this primitive sword. Under the Supreme School Master's body, monstrous blood waves flooded, but it was not spreading. All of them rushed into the primitive stone sword. Every time the blood wave was absorbed, the power of the stone sword increased by 1 level. It gradually accumulated to a terrifying level. The radiance was blinding. No one could see the Supreme School Master clearly. What is this? It's so scary. Yi Shiwen was shocked. It was already so terrifying before it was launched. If it were released, the damage would be terrifying. It would be countless times more terrifying than Yi Zaiwen's previous encounter on Transcendent Realm Master's attack. This is true martial stone sword. Huang Wuji couldn't hide his surprise in his eyes. It's not a legend. Isn't the stone sword cracked during the suppression of Star Beast? How was it repaired? With Huang Wuji's reminder, Yi Shiwen suddenly remembered the legendary founder of True Martial School, who once got a boulder outside the region. The boulder recorded various amazing martial arts, and he took them as the foundation. He founded the True Martial School lineage. That piece of a boulder was said to be forged as the garrisoned martial instruments of the True Martial School, the True Martial Stone Sword. Back then, the ancestor of the school wielded the True Martial Stone Sword. He was invincible as he defeated the king of demonic beasts and drove out the native clan masters steadily. Many masters were beheaded, He had killed many creatures and eventually established the prestigious name of True Martial School. However, after the founder, no one could drive this true martial stone sword alone. They said due to a higher number of kills, this stone sword had acquired some demonic properties, which would make the user go frenzy. It was all due to the backlash of countless resentful spirits who once died under this stone sword. In addition, among the descendants of True Martial School, there had never been a character who could match the school's founder. Therefore, this true martial stone sword was gradually forgotten. It was enshrined in the depths of True Martial School. In the following True Martial School's crises, the true martial stone sword was utilized to suppress the turmoil. However, the last time it was dispatched, it was the battle that suppressed the Star Beast. The battlefield collapsed and countless masters were sacrificed. True Martial School masters launched their attack consecutively non-stop, and yet they weren't Star Beast's opponents at all. The difference between the two sides was far too much. Star Beast was far better than the average Transcendent Realm Master. Finally, the True Martial Stone Sword was utilized. The Supreme Schoolmaster that time wielded the True Martial Stone Sword and fought a bloody battle with the Star Beast. In the end, the Star Beast was severely wounded and finally sealed. In the end, the Supreme Schoolmaster was also killed on the spot due to the overwhelming backlash. Later on, news spread that the True Martial Stone Sword was broken and could not be restored. Sure enough, after that, no matter how many crises True Martial School encountered, or even being nearly wiped out by the major forces, it had never appeared again. It was as if it was true that the True Martial Stone Sword was broken. This sword is demonic. Look at the blood essence in the Blood Sea. It becomes more and more terrifying. Yimo's voice appeared. It said, while frowning, where the Blood Sea is coming from. Could it be? Yi Shiwen suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. Yes, if I'm not wrong, this Blood Sea flood is formed by the blood essence of the disciples on both sides who died in the past 10 years. True Martial School has such a grand plan. This is a blood sacrifice. In the past 10 years, I wonder how many masters have fallen. Their blood essence has become a sacrifice. That's why they endured it for 10 years. Even True Martial School suffered heavy losses in these 10 years. They did not make a move. Apparently, the sacrifices are enough now. We can fight back, said Yi Shiwen suddenly felt a bit of a cold on his back. It was really terrifying. No one could figure out how many masters had fallen in the past 10 years. Not to mention that they were all martial arts masters. But even if they were just ordinary people, one could also exert the power capable of annihilating the Transcendent Realm Masters after the sacrifices of enormous blood essence. Moreover, these were all martial arts masters. That power was indeed terrifying. Besides, there were 7 Transcendent Realm Masters who self-destructed themselves just now. All blood essences were used as sacrifices. How terrifying the power of this True Martial Stone Sword would be. No one knew the answer, but it must be at an extreme level. Haha, Yi Shiwen. Let's forget about the others. It is a great opportunity for us. Right now, the Tianyuan mirror needs an opportunity. There is a lack of blood essence of a Transcendent Realm Master to complete the Tianyuan mirror's evolution. The more chaotic the scene is, the easier it is for you to fish in troubled waters. You probably will be able to gain a lot. Yi Emo cheered. Yi Shiwen suddenly shuddered. Indeed, the current Tianyuan mirror had already reached the peak of the Great Sage tool. It absorbed the blood essence of a few half-step Transcendent Realm Masters, but it was unable to carry out the evolution, which required actual Transcendent Realm Master's blood essence. But the stake was Transcendent Realm Master. Even though Yi Zaiwen's strength had been fundamentally improved compared with 10 years ago, he was weak as an ant in comparison to the Transcendent Realm Master. He dared not to think about obtaining the blood essence of a Transcendent Realm Master. But the situation was different now. The scene was so chaotic. Once the True Martial Stone Sword was wielded, the opponent's Transcendent Realm Master would die for sure. Thinking of this, Yi Xaiwen got excited. If Tian Yuan Mirror can transform into a Transcendent tool, then he would be able to at least save his from Transcendent Realm Master, whilst not being able to defeat them. It would be a dead end. This was important to him. If even the Transcendent Realm Masters couldn't kill him, then his ability to secure his life would be upgraded to a new level. The sky was still changing color. Light that was 1,000 feet long obscured the sky. A bright light rose slowly in the sky. It was a shadow of a huge sword in the size of a mountain. On top of that shadow, True Martial School's Supreme School Master's figure was looming. The 1-meter-long green sword was so dazzling. Ching! 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 Series of loud shrieks came from the sword. The giant sword was surrounded with sword chi, like a world of swords. All of a sudden, something was activated. Chapter 768. Chapter 768. Emergent Schools defeat posted ONBY. The huge sword shadow suddenly burst into brilliant light, rushing straight into the sky, flashing the world with blinding light. The sky was filled with sword aura. It went into all directions while seemingly under meticulous control. The world changed its color. There was a loud noise. The terrifying sword chi split the vast sky. A huge shadow crashed down towards the main Emergent School's army formation. Countless Emergent School disciples were terrified. Compared with this terrifying force, the collision of the two unmatched forces just now was nothing. It was not that the Emergent's immortal exterminating saber was more powerful than the True Martial Stone Sword. Rather, they couldn't lay out the blood sacrifice in the same 10 years as True Martial School, turning all the blood essence of the fallen masters into blood sacrifices. Moreover, they were the self-destruct of 7 Transcendent Realm Masters as sacrifices. The power of this True Martial Stone Sword was also escalating at the same time. The transformation had become unparalleled and terrifying. Slaughter painted the scene. It's the True Martial Stone Sword. Retreat! Retreat! There were also people in Emergent School who recognized the origin of the stone sword. Not only True Martial School would study the origin and trump card of Emergent School, but Emergent School would also study it. After all, True Martial School was not an unknown entity. Even though it had declined from being the supreme leader who dominated the true martial domain, any opponent would need to be extra careful in the face of such a terrifying force. Naturally, they also knew about the legendary True Martial Stone Sword, but wasn't the legendary True Martial Stone Sword broken? At this time, it was resurrected again. At this time, it was too late to retreat. Suddenly, among the Emergent School's army, the arrays were laid out instantly, bursting with terrible light. It formed a peerless array to shield off the sword aura that reigned all over the sky. What came first was the phantom of that huge long sword, which was the projection of the True Martial Stone Sword. Boom! Under a loud thud, this sword shadow instantly broke through countless large arrays. The arrays that were meticulously prepared were like small children in front of this sword shadow. The array formed in a hurry was broken in an instant. They were totally unmatched. Puff! 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 Countless Emergent School masters who presided over the array spat out blood in an instant, and they flew out directly out of the recoil. The array was naturally torn apart. Many of the Emergent School disciples in the array were annihilated under this horrifying blood shadow, turning into a mass of blood essence and absorbed by the sword shadow. It actually further increased the power of the sword shadow. The larger the arrays he broke, the more blood essence he absorbed. With the amount of blood essence absorbed increased, the sword could break more arrays. It became a cycle. Confronting the Emergent School was just like cutting butter with a hot knife. Suddenly, the array arranged by the Emergent School's army suddenly broke into 2 pieces. Countless sword chis bombarded like a torrential rain and plunged straight into the completely broken phalanx. Those Emergent School disciples resisted with their weapons, but they were totally unmatched. The stronger ones could wipe away the sword chi. The weaker one would be pierced by the sword chi and nailed to the ground on the spot. There was an agonizing scream everywhere, echoing endlessly. The emergent school army, which was initially mighty, was in complete chaos. Many disciples died under sword chi rain-like bombardment, and their deaths were extremely miserable. Kill all these emergents, school people. Avenge our dead brothers. Someone yelled. Countless true martial school disciples were like tigers that went down the mountain, killing the opponents in all directions. Originally, they still needed to rely on arrays to maintain their balance with emergent school. However, with the arrays and emergent school torn apart, there was no need to wait. Yi Shiwen rushed out in the midst of it. A sword whistled through him in the sky, and many of the emergent school disciples who were about to attack Yi Shiwen were nailed to the ground on the spot. Those sword chis killed people ruthlessly. It was a bloodbath. The true martial school disciples, who had been holding back for a whole 10 years, completely vented their anger. The already chaotic emergent school's army formation collapsed completely. Suddenly, many powerful transcendent realm masters appeared in the sky. The leader of the group was the emergence school's leader. He held the emergence immortal exterminating saber. His vigor surged to the sky. All the existing sword chis in front of him dissipated with none capable of approaching his body. Many powerful transcendent realm masters from emergent school this time had gathered here. It couldn't be helped. The strength of emergent school was really strong and unimaginable. Just the number of transcendent realm masters already reached more than 10. If the masters guarding the emergence world were included, wouldn't there be hundreds of them? The strength of these top behemoths was really unimaginable behind them. If it weren't for true martial school, who once commanded true martial domain, having a profound and terrifying background. If it weren't for true martial school's countless cards, the true martial school had already been completely wiped out. Everyone do your best. We can't let this stone sword continue to wreak havoc. Otherwise, we really are in danger of annihilation. The emergence school's leader yelled. All the chi on his body was instilled into the emergence immortal exterminating saber. The people behind him also input all the chi on their bodies into emergence immortal exterminating saber at this time. Any transcendent realm master had the ability to destroy the world, not to mention that so many masters had gathered together to deliver chi into emergence immortal exterminating saber. Suddenly, the boundless light on emergence immortal exterminating saber surged into the sky, forming a terrifying saber chi. It slashed toward the saber shadow in the true martial school. Boom! Emergence immortal exterminating saber's saber chis slash emitted a loud whistling sound, followed by a series of explosions. It bombarded in a thunderous manner. On the other side, the supreme school master moved. It was just a vague figure. The 1-meter-long green sword was slashed, seeming strenuous, and yet it moved. A sword chi that seemed to be able to destroy the stars slashed out in an instant and slammed into the saber aura. The world went silent as if all sounds had disappeared. Only this loud noise echoed in the battlefield. This was the collision of two absolutely terrifying forces. Voila! Sword chi broke through saber chi in an instant. It bulldozed all the way. After all, the power of countless blood essence sacrifices in the past 10 years had surpassed the attacks jointly issued by these transcendent realm masters. Under a swift sweep, the sword's momentum was like cutting a butter with a hot knife, a force powerful enough to split the word bombarded into the transcendent realm masters' formation. The collision of two unmatched forces created yet another explosion. Puff! 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 Those transcendent realm masters suffered heavy losses, one after another. In the face of this destructive sword chi, their power was still minute. The transcendent realm masters, closer to the front, were killed on the spot. They used their power to confront such power capable of destroying the world. Only the leader of Emergent School could save his life with the help of Emergent's immortal exterminating saber. Run! The head of Emergent School was shaky in the sky as if he might fall directly from the sky at any time. The remaining 20-odd Transcendent Realm Masters heard the words and hurriedly flew in all directions, all suffering severe injuries. At this time, they did not understand how they were powerless to reverse the situation. It took 10 years to face the true martial school. They were helpless against true martial school's last move involving countless blood essence sacrifices. It was as difficult as defying heaven. At this time, they were not thinking about how to crush and destroy true martial school, but how to escape one by one. The rain-like bombardment of sword chi continued fanatically. They could ignore these sword chi rains, but the other disciples had no such good luck. They were nailed to the ground. Seeing this scene, their eyes opened widely in agony. They wanted to help, but they had no way. At this time, they could not even protect themselves. Many Transcendent Realm Masters in true martial school emerged one after another. There were more than 20 true martial school Transcendent Realm Masters pursuing Emergent School's Transcendent Realm Masters who escaped. There's no chance for you to flee. The true martial school's disciples were angry. They watched with their own eyes on the elderly predecessors sacrificed for true martial school. When they were self-destructing, their hearts were already fuming with anger. How could they let them go? In the sky, the supreme schoolmaster of true martial school was shrouded in a shimmer of light, but his face was extremely pale. He kept mobilizing his chi to suppress the backlash of the wraiths in the true martial stone sword. These wraiths were not short of Transcendent Realm Masters. They all died under the true martial stone sword. At this time, these wraiths all began to bite their masters. But he couldn't stop. He had to control the true martial stone sword and constantly released more sword aura. He absolutely couldn't let those Emergent School disciples flee. None shall be spared. Unexpectedly, the situation turned out to be like this. True martial school is not wiped out. Instead, Emergent School collapsed. It is an unexpected reversal. Is this the true martial stone sword in the true martial school legend? The power is really terrifying. No wonder it was able to suppress the Star Beast chaos back then. The real horror is not true martial stone sword, but true martial school's scheming plan. In order to attain today's battle and wipe out Emergent School, they have tolerated it for 10 years. In the past 10 years, countless masters have fallen and blood essence is absorbed by them. What a grand scheme! The masters of the major forces who watched this battle far away were all stunned by this sudden change. Or in other words, there were too many surprises today. At the beginning, when Emergent School wielded the Emergent's immortal exterminating saber, many people judged that true martial school was over. No one should be able to stand against it. Who knows? At the cost of sacrificing 7 Transcendent Realm Masters, Emergent's immortal exterminating saber was blocked off. It completely changed the situation too. Chapter 769. Chapter 769. Chase down the Emergent School leader in the end. The real killer move was delivered. The true martial stone sword discolored countless people, especially those forces who eyed covetously to be the final victor after both sides were exhausted in the warfare. After seeing true martial school's real strength, such ridiculous thoughts were immediately dispelled. True martial school actually had more than 24 Transcendent Realm Masters, which the other forces had never expected. Everyone knew there were many Transcendent Realm Masters in Emergent School because they dominate a world after all. The masters produced were far superior to the fragmented, true martial domain. However, what really made Xianyuan Temple and other forces that compete with true martial school usually was the number of true martial school Transcendent Realm Masters. With only 10 Transcendent Realm Masters, they were already a terrifying force. But now, true martial school actually had more than 20 transcendent realm masters. It was twice as much as theirs. This did not include the 7 transcendent realm masters who died after laying out the 7-star chi-breaking array. Otherwise, it definitely exceeded 30, being 3 times as many as any of them. If true martial school was not suppressed by their joint efforts previously, it would be inevitable that they would be wiped out. After all, once true martial school found a small window, they would take the shot. Even so, the strength of the true martial school after the war was still much stronger than them. It really shuttered them. After experiencing this war, everyone had a fundamental change in evaluating true martial school's strength. In the past, they did not feel that true martial school was low-key. On the contrary, they felt that they had dominated the true martial domain in an unusually high-profile and arrogant manner. But only now they discovered that compared with the strength they possessed, what they did before could be regarded as low-key. Many people believed that it was more than low-key, but staying hidden deliberately. In the face of the defeated Emergent School army, many transcendent realm masters hiding in the dark to watch the battle side. Emergent School's strength was not weak. They were well prepared too. They even prepared for so many years to invade true martial school. Turns out they failed miserably and stumbled in front of true martial school. It was the most unexpected change of situation. This had caused many forces that originally wanted to take advantage of the warfare to immediately put out that idea. It would be ridiculous. There were still more than 20 transcendent realm masters left. This alone was a terrifying deterrent, let alone they didn't know whether true martial school really had all the cards out. What if there were still hidden cards left? Most importantly, even if true martial school's cards and tricks were exhausted, they still had no way to contend against true martial stone sword. At this time, the disciple of true martial school was like a tiger descending the mountain, rushed out and eliminated the disciple of emergent school who had become a bereaved dog. But Yi Shiwen was not interested in these. Even if there was a half-step transcendent realm master, he had no interest anymore. He marked the transcendent realm master as his target. He just saw the transcendent realm master from a distance, wielding the emergent's immortal exterminating saber. Although he had never seen a transcendent realm master, he also learnt from the others that he should be the legendary emergent school leader. Emergent School's invasion of true martial school was personally led by the emergent school leader. At this time, he fled like a bereaved dog. Yi Shiwen had no hesitation. He went straight to the pursuit. The reason was very simple. The direction the opponent fled was toward him. After all, there was no transcendent realm master at Yi Zaiwen's side. Those who were not transcendent realm masters dared not to confront him. It would simply be courting death. So, no one expected that Yi Shiwen would dare to confront a transcendent realm master, or have the intention to kill a transcendent realm master. But for the current Yi Shiwen, evolving the Tianyuan mirror was the most pressing matter for him. However, it needed the blood essence of a transcendent realm master to stimulate the growth. The situation forced Yi Shiwen to confront a transcendent realm master. If it was in the peak state of a transcendent realm master, Yi Shiwen would not even dare to have an idea on transcendent realm master. However, the leader of the emergent school was seriously injured. This was the best window of opportunity. It was also the only time when there was a chance. Once a master like them recovered, Yi Shiwen would not be able to get involved. If he were to wait for the emergent school leader to recover, there was no doubt that his death would be as easy as pinching an ant to death. Most importantly, Yi Mo had a great interest in that emergent's immortal exterminating saber. Although emergent's immortal exterminating saber fell into a disadvantage in the confrontation with the true martial stone sword just now, it did not mean that emergent's immortal exterminating saber was not as good as true martial stone sword. They were both classified as garrisoned martial instruments. Emergent's immortal exterminating saber was not bad. True martial stone sword had absorbed all the blood essence of all the masters who died in battle over the past 10 years, which had increased its power to an unimaginable degree. Otherwise, the emergent's immortal exterminating saber would not be in a disadvantage. After all, they were also the garrisoned martial instruments sent by the emergent school. If it weren't for the protection of emergent's immortal exterminating saber, the emergent school leader would be slayed long ago by the true martial stone sword. It was impossible to survive. The emergent school's leader was extremely fast, almost disappearing into the sky like a stream of light in just a moment. It was impossible for ordinary people to catch up. Even in a state of serious injury, it still outmatched ordinary people. But that was limited to the others. For Yi Shiwen, it was not the case. He directly called out the Star Beast avatar that was already in the power of half-step Transcendent Realm Late Peak. The avatar was obviously better than his own main body. His avatar utilized the second level of Demon Wing. It transformed into a cluster of light instantly, flickering nonstop. Each flicker traveled many miles. Yi Shiwen, this is a great opportunity. After killing this emergent school leader, not only can Tianyuan Mirror be promoted, but this emergent's immortal exterminating saber is also extremely powerful. With this emergent's immortal exterminating saber, even if you are a Transcendent Realm Master, you may have a chance to kill a Transcendent Realm Master. Yi Mo said excitedly, "Haha, this is a martial instrument that can kill immortals. In the hands of these emergent school people, that's a waste." Yi Shiwen nodded. Even the current Yi Shiwen couldn't bring the power of emergence, immortal exterminating saber to its fullest. Even after he stepped into the Transcendent Realm one day, he couldn't completely control the emergence, immortal exterminating saber. He might be put in the same shoe like emergent school, whereby many preparations were required to wield it. However, it was another option in his sleeves. Another option to kill the opponent in one blow. As for the saber art, Yi Shiwen was never worried about it. If he really intended to use saber as a weapon, it was not difficult to obtain a saber art. There were such saber arts in true martial school. With his current status, it was not difficult to learn a set of top-notch saber art that was not inferior to Shattered Star Fist. This was the advantage of being a legatee. Compared with the individual cultivators who had to work hard to learn martial techniques, this was not a problem at all as long as he had enough points in addition to his current status. Coupled with his mysterious space and countless wealth on him, even if he had to learn some saber art, he could quickly get it done. This was not a big problem for him at all. Of course, the premise was to obtain the emergence immortal exterminating saber first. The avatar was already at the half-step Transcendent Realm Late Peak. It was only one step away to enter the Transcendent Realm. Of course, there was the help of the Demon Wing movement technique. It was only a moment's effort that he was approaching the emergence school leader. Both of them had already flown out of the true martial domain and rushed directly into the starry sky. "What are you? You dare to chase me?" Soon, the emergent school leader noticed Yi Shiwen, who was chasing up. He was extremely irritated. His face was extremely pale. Yi Shiwen finally saw it clearly at this time. He was a handsome, middle-aged man, dressed in a Chinese robe without a beard. At this time, his majestic face was filled with anger. As the Transcendent Realm Master and the emergent school leader, there were less than 10 characters that could stand at his level even in the vast starry sky. He could be said to be the highest peak among hundreds of millions of people. But he was pursued at this time. If the other party was also a Transcendent Realm Master, he could find it acceptable. At any rate, that would also be a character who could sit on an equal footing with him. However, a mere half-step Transcendent Realm ant dared to pursue him. Although the half-step Transcendent Realm Master was only one step away from Transcendent Realm, this step set a great distance from the Transcendent Realm Master. The two sides were not at the same level at all. Having a minute character pursuing him was a blatant humiliation. But he still didn't stop. At this time, it was not just the bold half-step Transcendent Realm who was chasing behind. There would probably be Transcendent Realm experts chasing behind. If he was slowed down here, it was very likely that he would get besieged by many Transcendent Realm masters. Then death would be approaching. Thinking of this, instead of stopping, he started to burn more blood essence, speeding up and fleeing. Yi Shiwen yelled. They said that the Emergence School's leader is a hero. I don't think so. You're fleeing like a stray dog? Chapter 770. Chapter 770. Golden Opportunity. Yi Zaiwen's words were vicious. For some people with a thicker skin and a vicious heart, it would be ineffective. They would never put such words in high regard and ignore them. However, the Emergence School leader in front of him was not like this. He was probably vicious and ruthless. Otherwise, he would be able to sit in the position of the Emergence School leader. However, he might not be necessarily thick-skinned. A grand figure like this took their prestige seriously, especially when his face almost represented the face of Emergence School to a certain extent. For thousands of years, no one dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. In his eyes, half-step Transcendent Realm was nothing but a minute ant. At this point, he was agitated. He stopped moving forward, but stayed on the spot. He wanted to deal a heavy blow to this damn half-step Transcendent Realm. He thought it would only take a moment to eliminate this extremely daring ant, and he would have enough time to escape. Damn you little brat. So irritating. The Emergence School leader stared at Yi Shiwen with red eyes as if he was regarded as the representative of the whole true martial schools. The leader brought the Emergence School army to conquer true martial school. He never thought the result would end up like this. The Emergence School army was annihilated without any chance of fighting back. Dozens of Transcendent Realm masters were also sacrificed. A dozen masters were killed by the true martial stone sword on the spot. If he didn't possess the Emergence Immortal Exterminating Saber, he would be long dead already. None knew how many of the remaining 20-plus masters could escape. For Emergence School, it was more than a serious injury that hurt its foundation. It had escalated to a point where there would be no way to recover the vitality in the next thousands of years. They would need to stay defensive in the emergence world. They could no longer afford to get involved in any other matters outside their world. For an ambitious leader like him, he would not be able to accept the ending where he would die of old age with cowardice in the emergence world. Also, this was caused by the almost outdated true martial school. Of course, he could not go back and find faults on the Supreme Schoolmaster, but he could find trouble on Yi Shiwen. He wanted to murder Yi Shiwen to quench his anger. Yi Shiwen, you have to think about it carefully. The opponent is a Transcendent Realm Master. Feeling the increasingly tyrannical aura of the Emergence School leader, Yi Emo couldn't help but worry a little. An injured Transcendent Realm Master still had extraordinary strength that should not be dismissed. If it weren't for the true martial stone sword that great injured Emergence School leader, Yi Shiwen probably wouldn't be bold enough to make an attempt. But at this time did not wait for Yi Shiwen. The Emergence School leader had already made his attack and approached Yi Shiwen. It happened too fast, almost instantly. He had swooped down in front of Yi Shiwen just like an eagle. The long saber glimmered with an unimaginable, peerless saber light. It slashed downward in an instant. Indeed, with the Emergence School leader's current situation, it was impossible to truly exert the power of Emergence Immortal Exterminating Saber. However, even if he manifested only a tiny bit of power from the Emergence Immortal Exterminating Saber, it would be adequate. If it weren't for that, it would not be possible for the Emergence Immortal Exterminating Saber to protect the Emergence School leader in front of the overwhelming and completely demonized true martial stone sword. Its strength was definitely not ordinary. The long saber light assaulted. Anything within a few miles was annihilated in an instant. Yi Shiwen noticed that he was almost annihilated in the saber light. He instantly turned into a cluster of golden light, disappearing on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already 10 miles away. For his strength and realm, a distance of 10 miles was nothing at all. It was close at hand. Yi Zaiwen's face was extremely ugly. The blow just now made him truly understand how terrifying this Emergence Immortal Exterminating Saber was. Previously, the 7 masters of true martial school had to lay out the 7-star chi-breaking array to block the attack from Emergent's immortal exterminating saber. It was apparent how terrifying that Emergent's immortal exterminating saber was. Only the direct confrontation could let Yi Shiwen feel the power capable of destroying the world. Even without urging the power laid within, the Emergent's immortal exterminating saber could instantly shred the stars with just relying on the sharpness of itself. If the Emerge immortal exterminating saber managed to slash Yi Shiwen, he would be cut in half on the spot, even though he possessed tyrant golden body. Any kind of tyrannical body looked so ridiculous in front of this terrifying power capable of destroying the world. Yi Shiwen, you have to be careful of this Emergent's immortal exterminating saber. A slight hit will kill you even if you have the physical body of Star Beast. Even a Transcendent Realm Master will only face a dead end under Emerge immortal exterminating saber's attack, said Yi Emo worriedly. The Emergent school leader looked at Yi Shiwen at a daze. The Emergent school leader didn't expect that Yi Shiwen would be able to dodge this blow, which was fatal for him. Boom! The Emergent school leader came in pursuit again. He slashed with his saber, causing the sun and the moon to shake. The shockwave emitted under this saber violently stirred up in a vortex. Everything around the saber, at the very least within 10 miles, were annihilated. He was a top master himself. Among the Transcendent Realm Masters, he was relatively stronger, let alone he possessed Emergent's immortal exterminating saber. He could only be defeated when the Supreme School Master caught up with a true martial stone sword. Otherwise, the Emergent school leader still had something to rely on, which was why he dared to stop and deal with Yi Shiwen. Boom! 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 The two sides quickly fought. Both of their speeds were extremely fast. They had exchanged many blows in lightning speed. The surrounding of the two was in a mess. Chaos was basically everywhere, seemingly like an apocalyptic situation. But in the whole battle, Yi Shiwen was completely suppressed. Facing the Emergent school equipped with Emergent's immortal exterminating saber, Yi Shiwen had to stay defensive. He was completely aggrieved, plummeted at a complete disadvantage. Yi Zaiwen's strength was his physical body. He had never been afraid to confront the opponent in a close battle, even if the opponent's realm was higher than him. He was never afraid. Yi Shiwen dared to fight with a Transcendent Realm Master, but the problem was that this Emergent's immortal exterminating saber was too terrifying. If Yi Shiwen sustained a hit from a Transcendent Realm Master, Yi Shiwen would be injured slightly or seriously at best. The Emergent's immortal exterminating saber would incur a tragic death if he was struck directly. There was no element of luck that could save him. His powerful body had no use for this battle. It was impossible to inflict injuries on the opponent while sustaining another one himself. Yi Shiwen had never been so downhearted since his debut. No matter how strong the opponent he encountered, there was no possibility of the opponent killing him in a single blow. If he was not killed instantly, he could quickly recover and fight back. Any ordinary person would be long defeated under the terrifying Emergent's immortal exterminating saber's pursuit. However, Yi Zaiwen's speed was fast enough. He managed to avoid the Emerge immortal exterminating saber's attacks at the critical moment. Otherwise, Yi Shiwen had not dared to continue the fight until now. After all, this was an extremely dangerous weapon. If he was not careful, he would be eliminated. Even though it was not his main body, Yi Shiwen would not be willing to waste it like this if it was not a last resort. Acquiring Star Beast Avatar's physical body could be said to be rare in a lifetime. Some people had never seen it in their entire lives. If he wasted it like this, he would most possibly be unable to acquire one in the future. However, the temptation to kill a Transcendent Realm Master kept him reluctant to let go. The more terrifying Emergent's immortal exterminating saber, the more he wanted it. He was waiting for an opportunity to implement a peerless counterattack. Damn brat. You're just a minute, Ant. Compared to Yi Zaiwen's anxiety, the emergent school leader was going crazy. Originally, he planned to kill Yi Shiwen in one blow. It wouldn't take much time, but now he was actually affected by this brat. The brat wasted so much of his time, he could even vaguely feel that an extremely tyrannical master was approaching. At this time, the emergent school leader was a lone person facing the entire world. Not only the true martial school masters hated him, but also the masters of many other huge forces were eyeing and coveting him, especially Emergent's immortal exterminating saber. This weapon was the garrisoned weapon of Emergent School, which was usually kept within Emerge World. Others couldn't do anything, even if they drool over it. A direct invasion on Emergent School had no difference to death. But the situation was different now. He was alone without any masters or army as backup. In the eyes of those tyrannical masters, he was like a kid walking on the road with a large ingot of gold, full of temptation. Even the boy in the half-step transcendent realm in front of him dared to covet him. The Emergent School leader let out a loud roar. The long saber glimmered with powerful saber light, which had a stronger intensity than just now. Immortal's tune faintly rang out. It turned into a sharp ghost howl, and the resentment instantly spread. The resenting energy filled the void. Yi Shiwen had all his hair stood up. His back was drenched cold sweat. The moment the immortal's tune turned into ghost howls, he only felt goosebumps all over his body. He was shocked to his core. What's happening here? Puff! Suddenly, the emergent school leader, who was about to launch an attack, spewed out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. His whole body was trembling. He couldn't hold the saber anymore. He was shaking like he was about to fall in the next second. It's time! Yi Zaiwen's eyes glimmered. He immediately realized that the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. His figure instantly swooped out like a cannonball and rushed towards the emergent school leader. Chapter 771. Chapter 771. Killing the emergent school leader. Haha, Yi Shiwen, this is a good opportunity. This emergent school leader must have undergone a devastating backlash from the emergent's immortal exterminating saber. Yi Mo exclaimed with excitement. Tianyuan mirror burst out with a powerful light instantly, covering Yi Shiwen entirely. The mirror itself exuded bloodlight on its own as it moved towards the emergent school leader. If the emergent school leader wants to wield Emergent's immortal exterminating saber on his own, it will merely be wishful thinking. Moreover, he is still in a state of serious injury. This has further induced Emergent's immortal exterminating saber's backlash. Any martial instrument had spiritual consciousness, but there would be a varying degree of it. Martial instruments with a profound spiritual consciousness, like Yemo, was probably one in billions. Generally speaking, the more powerful martial instrument, the higher the difficulty to wield them, unless the user had absolute tyrannical strength. Back then, the ancestor of the emergent school was able to go on a rampage when wielding the emergent's immortal exterminating saber. Rumors said that the emergent school's ancestors had killed the immortals. But in the hands of the emergent school leader, its full power was far from being utilized. He was even reluctant to urge him, and he might even face the backlash of Emergent's immortal exterminating saber. If Yi Shiwen did not have the help of a mysterious space to control Yi Mo, then his chances of having the Tianyuan mirror's backlash would be 100%. Yi Shiwen didn't give him any chance to speak, but lunged directly at him, appearing in front of him in an instant. Shattered Star Fist! Yi Shiwen shouted, and immediately launched the Shattered Star Fist. The attack manifested a star and bombarded the opponent. The emergent school leader's eyes widened. He wanted to dodge it, but his body didn't listen to his command at all and was stopped by a strange force. If he was in the peak period, he would not bat an eye on such an attack at all. He didn't even need to make a move. The power of law was enough to emit a shockwave capable of killing Yi Shiwen. But a man who loses position and power would be subjected to many indignities. No way! He roared, but Yi Zaiwen's fist struck first. Boom! He was hit on the spot. His body flew out in a distance, spurting out a mouthful of blood. It was not ordinary blood, but blood essence. He was severely injured by the true martial stone sword just now, but he had forcefully suppressed the injury. He thought of finding a desolate place to heal his injuries, but he did not expect to be dragged on Yishuin. As he wielded the emergence, immortal, exterminating saber again, his injury was worsened. Yi Zaiwen's punch forced him to spit out blood essence subsequently. His chest was crushed by Yi Zaiwen's fists. Countless huge wounds were made. His bones were broken too. Although his combat power was countless times stronger than Yi Shiwen, he might not be as strong as Yi Shiwen in terms of the physical body. His real strength was on the grasps of law, realm, and perception. Those were far superior to Yi Shiwen. With a small vibration in his hand, Emergent's immortal, exterminating saber actually flew out and plunged directly into the manifested star. The star couldn't bear such a huge force and exploded on the spot. Yi Shiwen didn't take any pause despite the successful hit. He continued the pursuit of the Emergent school leader. He kept launching his fists imbued with Tao, constantly bombarding and blasting attacks on the opponent. The pursuit of Emergent's school continued. The threat of the Emergent school leader, who lost the Emergent's immortal, exterminating saber, had grown lesser in Yi Zaiwen's view. As long as there was no Emergent's immortal, exterminating saber that could kill him in one hit, then Yi Shiwen had no fear to exchange blows with the opponents, hurting the enemy while sustaining an injury. In the face of Yi Zaiwen's continuous advancement, the Emergent school leader immediately became angry. It was a great humiliation for him to face the pursuit of a half-step transcendent realm warrior in a petty state. Once I have a chance to return to the peak state, I will burn down the entire true martial school as the tribute to the lost Emergent school had suffered. The Emergent school leader roared like an enraged beast. Recovering to the peak? What wishful thinking. Think about if you can escape alive. Yi Shiwen sneered. Golden light raged up all over his body. It turned into monstrous divinity waves, surging toward the Emergent school leader overwhelmingly. Yi Shiwen rode the golden waves and slid toward the opponent directly. Boom! Yi Shiwen once again hit the Emergent school leader with a punch again. The Emergent school leader had his skin ripped apart. A piece of flesh was torn off by Yi Shiwen's fist on the spot, dripping with blood. Yi Shiwen had the absolute upper hand in the scene, but he did not dare to take it lightly. He sighed in his heart that the Emergent school leader lived up to the name of the top figures in the world. After all, the Emergent school leader still had pretty good endurance, albeit the existing 2 fatal injuries. Yi Shiwen failed to kill the Emergent school leader on the spot, despite his powerful offensive power. The Emergent school leader might not have even 1% of his current combat power, and yet he was still so terrifying. If he was at the peak of his time, Yi Shiwen might not even have the ability to approach him and became dead in just a few seconds. But because of this, Yi Zaiwen's gaze became more resolute and cold. He knew that he couldn't let the Emergent school leader escape, or else it would be a monstrous disaster. Brat, I let you die without a place to bury your corpse. The Emergent school leader spat the bloodstains and roared with anger. A punch suddenly blasted out, and the terrible fist power was boiling. An inexplicable power in the void was permeating and boiling. Countless mysterious power swooshed down. The space was torn apart silently, and a huge portal fell from the sky. That huge portal made of white jade was wrapped in mystery and unimaginable aura. It was secretive, simple, and noble. This aura suppressed Yi Shiwen in an instant. Gateway of the holy domain? Yi Zaiwen's pupils suddenly shrank. He was too familiar with this portal. He had encountered this portal previously. The most terrifying part of this trick was that it could summon a trace of will from a certain world. Even if the world was weak, its will could still stir up a horrifying scene. Behind that portal, there seemed to be a holy domain from which a burst of elusive energy seeped out. The portal was getting closer. It suppressed Yi Shiwen deeply. From the portal, many holy realm dwellers flew out, incarnating scriptures one by one. They incarnated the immortal scriptures, and attacks swept toward Yi Shiwen overwhelmingly. The gateway of the holy domain summoned by Lao Yi previously, and the gateway of the holy domain summoned by the emergent school leader was simply not at the same level. That was the will of the holy domain. As it swooshed down, Yi Shiwen was completely suppressed. Asterisk cough. Asterisk die. Ha ha. The emergent school leader said with a frantic laugh. He was completely irritated by Yi Shiwen. He would rather exhaust his blood essence to summon the gateway of the holy domain and suppress Yi Shiwen to death. Although the emergent school leader was many times tyrannical than Lao Yi, the gateway of the holy domain he summoned was of course much more tyrannical than Lao Yi. Hence, the price paid should be hefty too. He coughed up blood while constantly maintaining the gateway of the holy domain. The great will to connect to a world was also a heavy burden for him. This old guy wants to commit a suicidal attack. Yi Shiwen's eyes glinted. If he was hit by that portal on the spot, he would die in regrets on the spot, even with his strength. No, he won't die yet, only I will die. It had already come to this. Yi Shiwen couldn't allow it to fall short. Compared to him, the emergent school leader's injury was more serious. The opponent might die terribly on the spot. Yi Shiwen would not give up. Yi Mo, let's brace it. Yi Shiwen yelled. The countless elixirs in Tianyuan mirror burned clean in an instant. At that moment, 1 billion elixir burned clean on the spot and melted in the air above Yi Shiwen. A huge demon figure appeared, standing on top of the earth like a peerless demon. Yi Mo had directly manifested it. Yi Shiwen consumed 1 billion elixir to summon it, but this was just the beginning. Yi Shiwen had to burn 100 million elixirs in every second to maintain this huge demon figure. The elixir on him could only last the demon figure for more than a minute, but for a real master, more than 1 minute was enough. Boom! The portal of the holy domain suddenly fell on the body of the huge demon figure. The demon figure swayed slightly, resisting the huge portal. Two completely different forces were consuming power and competing with each other wildly. The power of the demon clan was yin energy and evil in nature. On the other hand, the power of the holy domain inclined towards the utmost strength and utmost just energy. These two incompatible forces crashed into each other in an instant. The boundless energy wave instantly swept out in all directions and burst with a loud bang. From the portal, many holy realm dwellers flew out, incarnating immortal scriptures one by one. Their attacks flew towards Yi Shiwen overwhelmingly. Above that demon figure, there were also many demonic shadows rippling out in an instant, confronting the army of holy realm dwellers. This was the epitome of the battle between immortals and demons. The time spent every minute and every second was a difficult ordeal for both sides. The situation fell into a complete deadlock. Whoever couldn't endure it to the end would lose. Puff! A long while had passed. The emergent school leader showed signs of exhaustion first. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly pale, signifying the approach of imminent death. His body was shaky, and a terrifying force splashed out of him. Boom! His physical body was badly mangled on the spot. Bloody energy swept out. This was the residue power after he was struck by the true martial stone sword. He had been suppressing the injury with his power previously. This raging energy exploded when he and Yi Shiwen confronted each other. As a result of him failing in suppressing the horrifying raging force, his physical body exploded on the spot. Yi Shiwen, absorb all the blood essence. Yi Mo hurriedly yelled as the emergent school leader burst open on the spot. Yi Shiwen did not hesitate. He grabbed forward with his hand and directly collected all the blood essence and spirit emitted from the emergent school leader. Chapter 772. Chapter 772. The old ghost within the immortal exterminating saber as the emergent school leader was killed. The gateway of the holy domain also dispersed into the form of spiritual energy and disappeared entirely without a trace. Yi Shiwen quickly withdrew the demon figure. To support this demon figure, he had thrown away more than half of his wealth, along with the elixirs that he had consumed altogether. He had used up 6 billion elixirs. He had indeed suffered a huge loss. Haha, Yi Shiwen, this is great. Now that you have the emergent school leader's blood essence, the problems of the Tianyuan mirror breaking through into becoming a transcendent tool is non-existent anymore. Yi Emo laughed. The more powerful the Tianyuan mirror was, the higher his chances of escaping from the Tianyuan mirror restrictions. When he manages to materialize and even form his physique, he would be considered a living being. He could cultivate and become a peerless and great devil. Yi Shiwen smiled. Despite suffering a huge loss, every single part of it was worth it. They managed to get hold of the emergent school leader's blood essence and captured his spirit that was self-destructing. While a considerable part of it had been self-destructed, there was a portion of it remaining. The understandings of realms recorded within this part of the spirit were extremely beneficial to him. Whether he could break through to the transcendent realm depends on how much he managed to perceive. For the others, they were controlled by fate. However, for Yi Shiwen that had the mysterious space, fates did not bound him. Everything depends solely on his wealth. If he had enough spiritual energy, any secrets would be learned. In fact, as long as he was willing to pay the price, he could even extract the laws and comprehension of the great Tao contained within the exploded spirit. However, this battle was dangerous enough for him. If the emergent school leader could endure for another short period of time, he would end up being the one dead. After actually fighting against the emergent school leader, did he truly understand the mightiness of a transcendent realm expert? This time he only succeeded because the emergent school leader was heavily wounded. If the emergent school leader wasn't hurt at all, Yi Shiwen would not even have the slightest chance of succeeding. This battle had given him many comprehensions. Going in close cultivation for 10 rounds wouldn't even be comparable to fighting with his life on the line. He could predict that the situations in the future would be even more of a turmoil. The deeply wounded true martial school might be targeted by various other factions. This implied that the battles in the future would be even more intense. He had to break through to the transcendent realm within a short amount of time. Otherwise, he would just be a nobody. Even if he had the strength of a half-step transcendent realm and a star beast avatar, it was of no exception. In front of an actual transcendent realm expert, he would only be a nobody. Suddenly, a ray of divine light surged from a faraway place. The emergent's immortal exterminating saber was engulfed within the radiance and wanted to escape right in front of Yi Shiwen. Where do you think you're going? Yi Shiwen would never let go of the emergent's immortal exterminating saber. He didn't only ambush the emergent school leader for his blood essence. A huge part of it was also because of this emergent's immortal exterminating saber. With this emergent's immortal exterminating saber, he would have the strength to one-shot a transcendent realm expert. He would never let go of it. Yi Zaiwen's speed was extremely fast. He extended his demon wings and reached the top of the emergent's immortal exterminating saber in an instant. He extended his hand and grabbed downward. Boom! Yi Zaiwen's hand didn't manage to grab the emergent's immortal exterminating saber. Instead, it clashed against the barrier that surged out from it. Break. Yi Shiwen snorted coldly. If someone was controlling it, Yi Shiwen would naturally have to be wary of its sharpness. However, this was just the tool of a dead owner. There was nothing to be afraid of. Yi Shiwen suddenly applied a larger force, and the continuous qi instantly oppressed it. The barrier immediately broke, and he managed to grab the saber. However, before he could be joyous, a sudden surge of cold intent rushed towards his mind. A creepy aura instantly engulfed Yi Zaiwen's body and transformed into a sharp and extremely horrifying ghost shriek. After that, the extremely horrifying, creepy strength rushed towards the insides of Yi Zaiwen's mind. Within his spiritual sea, a peerlessly sinister ghost was engulfed within a black mist and was causing destruction against everything around him. I had been waiting for years. Finally, I managed to acquire a suitable body. It's even a star beast's physical body, an extremely rare bloodline. It's such a rare occurrence. With this physical body, I can return back to life. Within the black mist, a sharp, laughing voice resounded. It made one shudder subconsciously. It wanted to take over Yi Zaiwen's physical body and completely occupy it. Who in the world are you? Yi Shiwen appeared within his spiritual sea. He stared coldly at the black mist while being fully on guard. I'm a Holy Realm Dweller. Holy Realm Dweller, do you know about it? Now, your physical body is going to belong to me. As long as you cooperate obediently and allow me to devour your spirit to recover my spirit, it'll allow a small strand of your spirit to undergo reincarnation. Otherwise, prepare to be destroyed. A fanatical laughter resounded within the black mist. He had already thought of multiple arrangements and had never paid attention to Yi Shiwen, the owner of this physical body. Holy Realm Dweller? You aren't even a human or a ghost, and yet you dare call yourself a Holy Realm Dweller? Yen Jiaoge raised his lips scornfully. He didn't believe him in the slightest. He didn't know if there were really Holy Realm Dwellers within this world. Even if there were, they wouldn't look like such a mess. Could he be a ghostly realm dweller? It's all because of that petty emergence. I was tricked by him and was gravely wounded by him. My physical body was destroyed, and I was captured to serve as a spiritual consciousness for his saber. As he mentioned this, a wave of vengeance aura surged from the sinister ghost within the black mist. The horrifying vengeance intent covered the entire spiritual sea, which caused Yi Zaiwen's boundless spiritual sea to be in a turmoil. Yi Shiwen widened his eyes. He remembered the myth about the Emergent School's emergence, immortal exterminating saber, and took a deep breath. If this ghost wasn't lying, then the ancestors of the Emergent School had really caused a Holy Realm Dweller to perish. He really caused a Holy Realm Dweller to perish. The more terrifying thing was that he managed to turn the spirit of a Holy Realm Dweller into the spiritual consciousness of the Emergence, immortal exterminating saber. Such a horrifying and scary technique. If Holy Realm Dwellers really existed, they would be an extremely horrifying existence, an extremely horrifying life form. And yet he ended up in such a state. It was apparent how heavy of an impact was done upon him. It was enough to prove how horrifying the Emergent School's ancestor was. However, this was such an ironic matter. The Emergent School declared that they wanted every single school to cultivate and wanted to bring everyone to transcend to the Holy Realm to become a Holy Realm Dweller. However, the spirit of a Holy Realm Dweller was located within their school's most precious martial instrument. Their ancestors had even killed Holy Realm Dwellers before. Isn't this an extreme irony? However, it doesn't matter, Now that Emergence pest had disappeared, and the school he created was destroyed under my hands in order to pay back for the 10 million years he had trapped me. Kid, why do you think that the Emergence School leader received a backlash at such a crucial moment? It was all because of me. Normally, they feared me and sealed me. This time in order to attack your true martial school. Only did they release me in order to display the greatest strength of the Emergence, immortal exterminating saber. Thanks to this, I managed to help you greatly. As a thanks, just stand there obediently without moving, and allow me to devour you, said the old ghost accompanied with a weird laugh. Yi Shiwen finally understood why the Emergent School leader would suddenly receive a backlash at such a crucial moment. This old man had interfered with his actions. It was truly hard to be on guard against a thief living in the same house. Despite many rounds of calculations, he didn't manage to predict this outcome. He just dug his own grave. However, It was impossible for him to submit obediently. Even if this wasn't his original body, it was extremely important to him. It was impossible for him to allow others to take over it. You want to devour me? Dream on. You're just an old man that's been dead for years. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Yi Shiwen sneered. Layers of golden waves surged from beneath his feet, and they instantly enveloped towards the old ghost. These golden divinities originated from the deities of each clan. Yi Shiwen managed to extract the bloodline from their descendants and contain the utmost strength and utmost just energy. It was the nemesis to these ghostly strengths. Such a cheap trick. The old ghost snorted scornfully. He swung his emaciated claw and tore through the golden divinities. While the utmost strength and utmost just energy could counter the ghostly and sinister strength, it depended on the situation. If the ghostly and sinister strength was strong till a certain degree, it would counter the utmost strength and utmost just energy instead. This was the way of yin and yang. They interchange with each other. The extreme of yang would be yin, while the extreme of yin would be the utmost strength and utmost just energy. This old ghost had been within the emergence, immortal exterminating saber for God, knows how many years. It was unknown how many people he had killed alongside the emergence, immortal exterminating saber. He had become a peerless and sinister ghost after absorbing the blood essence and hatred of many people. His strength was already not beneath the transcendence realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to affect the emergence school leader. Originally, he wouldn't be able to escape the restrictions of the emergence, immortal exterminating saber. However, with the death of the emergence school leader, he didn't have a master anymore. In addition, with the stone martial stone sword causing a crack on his seal after clashing against each other, he was able to rush to the inside of Yi Zaiwen's body the moment Yishuin came in contact with the emergence, immortal exterminating saber. His intentions were to completely take over Yi Zaiwen's physical body, which contained the Star Beast avatar. Yi Zaiwen's expression changed drastically. He never expected this old ghost to be so horrifying. If it wasn't because he wanted to possess Yi Zaiwen's body, he would have immediately destroyed the Star Beast avatar if he exerted his full strength. Without any hesitation, he immediately flew towards the chaotic space deep within his spiritual sea. Within the chaotic space, there was a connected domain radiating with multicolored rays. You want to leave? Stay. The old ghost laughed fanatically and chased after him. Chapter 773. Chapter 773. Suppress the immortal exterminating saber. Yi Zaiwen's spirit speed was extremely quick. In an instant, he traveled from the Star Beast avatar into his original body. There was a dual-way passage between his original body and the Star Beast avatar. It was convenient for Yi Shiwen to control the Star Beast avatar on his own will. Yi Shiwen immediately returned into his original body. As for the old ghost, he was getting closer and closer. His body was still engulfed within the black mist, and he was displaying a horrifying and creepy smile. In an instant, he almost reached Yi Zaiwen's side. The emaciated, ghostly claw instantly grabbed downwards. It wasn't clear what claw art this was, but it just felt like the Das of heavens and earth were contained within. This old ghost could scratch through Tao and even leave a mark on it with just a casual claw swing. Space was flying quickly behind them. In an instant, Yi Shiwen had reached his original body. The old ghost felt that something was out of place, but didn't realize what was. The most important thing was that he did not hold Yi Shiwen in high regard. He felt that everything was within his grasp. If there was a need, he could just kill Yi Shiwen at any time. Even if Yi Shiwen had managed to kill the emergent school leader in the transcendent realm, he felt that Yi Shiwen was purely lucky. Without him causing trouble, he wouldn't end up winning. Without him, Yi Shiwen was nothing. As a result, despite feeling that something was out of place, he didn't come to a stop. Instead, he continued chasing after him. He didn't care what kind of plot he held. Under absolute strength, trickery was nothing. With a boom, Yishuin rushed towards the inside's interior domain filled with rays of multicolored lights. The old ghost quickly followed after him without any worries. Suddenly, a burst of light radiated from the domain filled with multicolored rays. The mysterious space within Yi Zaiwen's spiritual sea seemed to have awoken after a deep slumber and instantly enveloped Yi Zaiwen's entire spiritual sea. This isn't good. The old ghost finally realized that something was wrong. At first, he could tell that Yi Shiwen wanted to lure him here, but didn't pay much heed to it. Even if there was a trap awaiting him, it meant nothing under absolute strength. If anything, he could just destroy Yi Zaiwen's physical body. With that, even if his spirit had really laid down any traps, it would all be for naught. No matter what, the spirit had to rely on a physical body. A bodiless spirit would just end up being a wandering spirit. In the past, despite being a holy realm dweller, he managed to cultivate until his current realm after losing his body despite so many years passing by. From this, it was apparent how hard it was to cultivate in that form. However, it was too late for him to attempt escape. Yi Zaiwen's mysterious space seemed to have received some attacks. It started counterattacking vigorously and immediately enveloped the old ghost. The horrifying and unedified strength instantly started crushing his spirit. As if it was his nemesis, his overbearing strength that reached the strength of a transcendent realm expert was nothing in front of such terrifying power. The multicolored rays brushed across his body and immediately blew all the black mists away. Finally, his actual face was revealed. He was an old man that had a gray-white colored face and was clad in black clothing. His eyes were crimson red, and his looks resembled that of a demon, which looked extremely hideous. Currently, he was yelling in agony. Originally, he planned to devour Yi Zaiwen's spirit in order to replenish his spirit that was now of the Yin attribute. However, he could now only shout continuously within the radiance of the multicolored rays of lights. Seeing the old ghost that was yelling and struggling nonstop, Yi Shiwen let out a sigh of relief. In the end, he still had to resort to saving his life using this mysterious space. He had already seen how magnificent this mysterious space was. If it wasn't for the mysterious space's help, he would never be able to subdue Yemo originally. He wanted to experiment his thoughts. He never expected the old ghost to be rendered unable to refute. He got even curious about the origins of this mysterious space, considering how strong it was. Yi Shiwen, thank God you have this mysterious space. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to avoid today's disaster. Yi Emo appeared beside Yi Shiwen and said in a serious tone. Within his tone, a few hints of surprise were also contained within. I never expected the myths regarding the Emergence School to be true. Such incredible actions. They really did slay a holy realm dweller and captured his spirit to be sealed within the Emergence immortal exterminating saber. You must have successfully taken care of the Emergence School leader previously because of this old thing ambushing him. It's really scary. It's heaven-defying for a Yin spirit to cultivate to the transcendent realm. How many people's blood essence and spirit did he consume to form such a terrifying monster? Yi Shiwen felt afraid as well. He never believed in any lone ghosts or wandering ghosts. Even if he was in a gloomy place or was in a location which many ghastly remnant spirits resided in like a battlefield, they were merely using the location to their advantage. Even if they appeared to be domineering in a certain area, they were extremely fragile. He had never encountered a remnant spirit that was able to cultivate until this caliber. It was truly terrifying. The world is huge, and there are many kinds of wonders in the world. He just got too careless. If the old ghost had really taken over his physical body, he might cultivate into a peerless, ruthless demon that no one would be able to withstand against. That would be the most troublesome thing. Ah, I'm unresigned. How did it turn out to be like this? The old ghost shouted tragically. His spiritual body had been blown away in half by the multicolored rays. If it was a normal person, they would have been dead long ago. Only a soul with the Yin attribute would be able to survive. The mysterious space was truly terrifying. Even a transcendent realm old ghost was suppressed. The most important thing was that it seemed to be an exceptional nemesis to spiritual bodies, just like how it was able to suppress Yi Mo previously. What's there to be unresigned for? You're just a holy realm dweller. What's there to be proud about? Said Yi Mo as it sneered. Your death had already been decided long ago. You're going to witness the birth of a new legend. I don't want to die. The old ghost glared at Yi Mo in anger. Immediately after, a much more tragic shriek resounded. He was completely suppressed by the mysterious space. Didn't you want to control the emergence, immortal, exterminating saber? I can help you. In the spiritual consciousness of the emergence, immortal, exterminating saber. With my help, you would be able to get control of the emergence, immortal, exterminating saber much quicker. Yi Shiwen didn't display any reaction. Only a cold smile was displayed on his face, which grew colder and colder. What a joke! After knowing that the emergent school leader was killed by this old thing, he had completely cut off this thought. Leaving such a troublemaker alive was like carrying a bomb around him. He was someone that might go rampage at any time. Yi Shiwen didn't want to risk facing this kind of danger. Considering how powerful the ancestor of the emergent school was, he must have left a powerful backup technique. However, in the end, the old man still overcame it and caused the death of his descendant, who was also the school leader. These were the signs that warned him to not accept him. As for the contract between Yi Shiwen and Yi Mo, he wasn't the one in charge previously. Besides, he wasn't expecting the close relationship he had between Yi Mo to occur with anyone else. Do you think well believe you? I don't want to end up like that emergent school leader and perish by your hands in the end, said Yi Shiwen plainly. He stared at the old ghost's body being dispersed slowly by the multicolored rays and ultimately decomposing into green smokes. Phew, we've finally taken care of this hidden threat, said Yi Mo. While it might be harder to control the emergent's immortal exterminating saber without this old ghost around, you can take your sweet time to control the emergent's immortal exterminating saber. It's better to dispose of this hidden threat as soon as possible. Yi Shiwen nodded. For a peerless and ruthless tool like the emergent's immortal exterminating saber, Yi Shiwen wouldn't be able to control it with his own strength. In fact, he didn't even have the qualifications to do so. If he wanted to take control of it quickly, the most ideal way would be to take control of the spiritual consciousness within the tool. It was the same concept as Yi Shiwen having control over Yi Mo, which allowed him to successfully take control of the Tianyuan mirror. Without the assistance of the old ghost, he would take a long time to control the emergent's immortal exterminating saber. However, it was much better than being backstabbed by the old ghost in the future. He would rather watch the old ghost be suppressed and disperse in the form of a green smoke. Within the cosmos, Yi Shiwen opened his eyes. Terrifying saber lights exploded fanatically from the emergent's immortal exterminating saber in his hand, as if it wanted to destroy the entire cosmos. Despite not having a spiritual consciousness, it was enough to cause a huge trouble to Yi Shiwen with its instinct to repel him from getting closer. Golden divinities flowed out of Yi Zaiwen's palm, which instantly engulfed the emergent's immortal exterminating saber. He oppressed its ruthless energy temporarily and threw it into the Tianyuan mirror to let Yi Mo suppress it. Yi Mo was already very familiar in doing these kinds of stuff. Previously, he had to suppress the dragon vein and even the star beast spirit. With the addition of the emergent's immortal exterminating saber, the internal space of the Tianyuan mirror became more lively. Sounds of swords and dragon roaring could be heard occasionally. After keeping the emergent's immortal exterminating saber, Yi Shiwen immediately extended his demon wings without hesitation and immediately left this battlefield. He already felt a few terrifyingly strong aura of transcendent realm experts rushing towards his location. Many of them were factions that wanted to take advantage of the situation. Now, the emergent school had become detested stray dogs. anyone would be able to bully them. Currently, the Emergent School's disciples were already running away. At this time, even if the Emergent School leader died, it would merely shock them for a short while. There would be nothing more. For Yi Shiwen, these were strong competitions. Even the weakest Transcendent Realm expert would be a great risk for his life. Chapter 774, Huang Wuji. The next in Chapter 774, Huang Wuji. The next in line schoolmaster. Yi Shiwen extended his demon wings and flew away very quickly. Like a meteor, he flew quickly back to the true martial domain. Within the starry skies, every corner painted the scene of the true martial school disciples hunting down the Emergent School disciples. Most of the Emergent School disciples had perished under the true martial stone sword. Those that managed to escape amounted to a very small percentage. Of course, it was still by no means only a small amount. Yi Shiwen would provide assistance on the way if he witnessed it. For him, it was just lending a helping hand. After killing the Emergent School leader, Yi Shiwen felt great. Naturally, he wouldn't attempt to steal their thunders. Even if he was the one who killed the Emergent School disciples, he would just allow the true martial school disciples to take the credit. Yi Shiwen didn't know that this action of his made those neutral faction disciples become more biased towards him. After entering the area of the true martial school, all he could see was a mess. There were already no enemies within the school's area. Only the corpses' remains were left. The bones were a creepy white, while blood had formed rivers. This could be described as a bloody river. Brother Yi! Brother Yi! Junior Brother Yi! Just as Yi Shiwen reached the school, multiple disciples of the true martial school went up and greeted him. They were exceptionally enthusiastic. Normally, these people would never help Yi Shiwen nor go against him. In this battle, Yi Zaiwen's performance had been exceptional. It was considered a top-notch performance. His own contributions had surpassed even the true martial school's older disciples. Although they had already entered the half-step Transcendent Realm, they paled in comparison to Yi Shiwen. For the past few years, the amount of half-step Transcendent Realm experts that died under the hands of Yi Shiwen was comparable to half the amount of people others had killed. Yi Shiwen was extremely strong, and almost everyone could tell that he would be nurtured with utmost priority. Him becoming a higher-up of the school would only be a matter of time. Now, before Yi Shiwen had thoroughly flourished, it was naturally the best time to make good ties with Yi Shiwen. The theory of the cold furnace, one, was just like this. Even if Yi Shiwen wasn't counted as a cold furnace now, it was much better than him not doing anything. Junior brother, where did you go just now? Huang Wuji's voice resounded within the skies. He who was always heroic-looking was now covered in blood. Fatigue was also written on his handsome face. He had been fighting by the front lines for a long time. Now that the warfare had calmed down, he would naturally be fatigued. Just now, could you have gone to chase after the Emergent School leader? Huang Wuji asked. If someone was still paying attention to Yi Zaiwen's actions previously, then it would be Huang Wuji. Previously, he wanted to stop Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen was too fast, and he wasn't able to catch up. He had to lead his troops in order to hunt down the remaining Emergent School's remaining enemies, which was why he didn't go after Yi Shiwen. Yep. Yi Shiwen nodded. He did not deny it. He had thought about it very thoroughly. If the news of the Emergent School leader's perishment were to spread, it would definitely shock the entire world. It was impossible to hide it. Since that was the case, it was better if he admitted it. It was fine to let others know that the Emergent's immortal exterminating saber now belonged to him. Now he wasn't the insignificant little nobody anymore. If he was only in the legendary realm or the sage realm, the Emergent's immortal exterminating saber would definitely be confiscated by the school. After all, this wasn't just a normal killing tool. At most, he would just be compensated. However, he had recently become a half-step Transcendent Realm expert. In the eyes of others, he was going to ascend to the Transcendent Realm soon and become a huge powerhouse figure for the school. The weight of his words would naturally be much more influential. Besides, he had his senior brother, Huang Wuji, that was in the same situation as him, and the transcendent expert, Tibetan Star Sun, that was guarding the Tibetan Star Summit. No one would dare to say anything. Besides, the old Tibetan Star Sun had just sacrificed himself for the true martial school. Targeting the Tibetan Star Sun now would definitely cause a public outrage. As a result, even if people were trying to take advantage of him, Yishuin didn't care, and didn't have to care as well. You really chased after him. You're crazy, said Huang Wuji in a surprised tone. Even if a transcendent realm expert is deeply wounded, he isn't someone that we're capable of defeating. Besides, he's the emergent school leader. He's considered top-notch among the transcendent realm experts, an existence that is comparable to our schoolmaster. Relax, senior brother. Didn't I return? Yi Shiwen felt a sense of warmth within his heart. He naturally knew that Huang Wuji was just worried about him. Besides, he had perished. What? Perished? Huang Wuji wasn't able to remain calm. If it was just a normal transcendent realm expert that perished, he wouldn't be so surprised. After all, many emergent school, transcendent realm experts had perished here for the past few years. However, the person in question was the emergent school leader. Within the starry skies, he could be considered a top-notch figure. He wasn't comparable to a normal transcendent expert. Yep. Yi Shiwen nodded his head heavily. After I managed to catch up to him, he wasn't able to suppress his wound any longer and self-destructed on the spot. While Yi Shiwen didn't plan on hiding this matter, it would only cause problems to him if he said that he had personally killed the emergence school leader. Any half-step transcendent realm that could kill a transcendent realm expert would become the focus of attention. This was why he just brushed off the most crucial part. Besides, it was true that the emergent school leader had self-destructed. In this situation, this was the most reasonable explanation, and nobody would be suspicious. If that's the case, the emergent's immortal exterminating saber is now in your possession. Huang Wuji immediately reacted. Yep. Yi Shiwen did not refute. Huang Wuji laughed loudly and said, Haha, that's great. The emergent school had lost their school leader and their emergent's immortal exterminating saber. This loss would definitely make them rage. Haha. However, senior brother, with the emergent's immortal exterminating saber in my possession, petty people are bound to gossip around. Yi Shiwen voiced out his worries. Humph. Who dares to gossip around? This is what our Tibetan Star Summit deserved. If they have the capabilities, snatch at themselves. Huang Wuji snorted coldly. This time, the Tibetan Star Summit's performance was exceptional. With the sacrifice of the old Tibetan Star Sun, no one would dare to discriminate against the Tibetan Star Summit. They're just some clowns. Don't put them in your heart, junior brother. Haha, what senior brother said is correct. Whoever dares to refute shall witness the mightiness of the emergence, immortal exterminating saber by my hands. Yi Shiwen smiled. That's right. Huang Wuji nodded and said, Junior brother, to be honest with you, the Tibetan Star Summit's responsibilities would all befall upon you in the future. Huh? Yi Shiwen asked, frowning. I just received a voice transmission from my master. The schoolmaster's condition isn't that great right now. The backlashing power of the true martial stone sword is too horrifying. After this battle is over, the schoolmaster might have to retire in order to tend to his wounds, said Huang Wuji. The higher-ups want me to become the next schoolmaster. While Yi Shiwen had already mentally prepared for this, he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this news. No matter if it was Huang Wuji, Mu Xingjie, or other outstanding disciples, they were already being treated as the future pillar of the true immortal school. Their cultivations were already extremely high when they were still young, and they had far surpassed their peers. Many people knew that one of them would be chosen to inherit the position of the supreme schoolmaster. It was a confirmed matter. While Yi Zaiwen's performance was extremely attention-grabbing for the past few years, His foundations were too shallow. He hadn't even entered the true martial school for 100 years. Even if his performance was exceptional, it would be extremely hard for him to be chosen for the position of the schoolmaster. However, just like others, even if he couldn't become the schoolmaster, he had the chance to become a figurehead that controlled a part of the school. For example, the law enforcement hall's hall master position was reserved for Mu Xingjie. Besides, he wasn't particularly interested in these figurehead positions that others deeply desired. If he had the interest, he would have become a figurehead within the Yuan sect. Ever since he knew of the existence of the ancient Barons continent, it became his desired location to go to. He didn't want the matters of the mortal world to limit him. Now, the higher-ups had finally decided among them. Huang Wuji surpassed everyone and became the next schoolmaster for the true martial school. Congratulations, senior brother. Yi Shiwen quickly cupped his hands and saluted. Hey, what's there to congratulate? I wasn't really looking forward to this. Besides, while our school might seem domineering for the time being, there would definitely be people that would cause havoc when the school's strength weakens in the future. This is just a chaotic situation that's hard to solve. Huang Wuji sighed. He always displayed a peerless figure that never seemed to back out of anything. He had never said such things to anyone else before. Only in front of his junior brother, Yi Shiwen, would he slightly strip himself of this fake front. You're wrong, senior brother. Heroes often appear in chaotic times. Now is the chaotic period, and it's a good chance for our peers to gain accomplishments. How can you be so defeated? Said Yi Shiwen. Senior brother, if you inherit the position, you would definitely establish an achievement that far surpasses our ancestors. I will also fully support you. It won't happen so fast. The situation is still very chaotic now. Besides, I have yet to enter the transcendent realm. After a while, I might try my best to enter the transcendent realm in the shortest amount of time possible by going into close cultivation. When the time comes, every single matter of the Tibetan Star Summit would be your responsibility, said Huang Wuji. It would be impossible to inherit the position of a supreme schoolmaster without being in the transcendent realm. Originally, the time to pass on the position wouldn't come so quickly, and he still had the time to slowly raise his cultivation. However, the matters of the emergent school had messed up his tempo. As a result, he could only raise his cultivation as soon as possible. One cold furnace, a Chinese saying to describe people that have yet to gain power or flourish. Chapter 775. Chapter 775. Shocked the world, this was mainly due to the grand scheme of things forcing him to do so. It was impossible for him to inherit the position of a schoolmaster as a half-step transcendent realm. Otherwise, he would definitely be looked down upon by other factions. They would think that the true martial school was in an extremely weak state and could only rely on a half-step transcendent realm martial warrior to become the schoolmaster. If this was announced to the public, absolutely no one would think that the true martial school intended to nurture their youth. Instead, they would think that the true martial school became weak beyond comparison. Under such a situation containing both internal and external problems, the true martial school must absolutely never show its weak side. Otherwise, it might cause a siege. If everyone treated the true martial school as an easy-to-bully target, then the true martial school would meet its doom. The true martial school might be able to fend off the emergent school, but it was impossible to fend off all the other overlord factions that were staring at them intently. The weaker they were, the more strength they had to display. They absolutely couldn't display any signs of weakness now. However, if Huang Wuji inherited the position after achieving the transcendent realm, things would be completely different. It was like delivering a message to the public, an announcement that implied that the youths of the true martial school were really talented. They weren't weakened and weren't as weak as others imagined them to be. With that, it would be sufficient to force them to back off. This was also why the school wanted to quicken the process of inheriting the position. Other than the schoolmaster not being able to sustain his own condition, they also wanted to deliver a very important announcement to the public. Yi Shiwen could see that the entire Tibetan Star Summit wanted to nurture him as the next in line Tibetan Star son. It became much more apparent after his senior brother, Huang Wuji, was becoming the next schoolmaster. Yi Zaiwen's ambition wasn't set here, but he wasn't able to say anything under such a situation. However, Huang Wuji becoming the next schoolmaster was an extremely great news for him. With the next-in-line schoolmaster's words, he would be able to stop others from targeting the Emergent's immortal, exterminating saber. He wasn't afraid of these people, as he had people backing him up. However, he disliked troubles, especially when troubles like this could cause an internal conflict within the true martial school. The true martial school already had to worry about its internal and external conflicts. It was completely different from last time. If the internal conflicts were to continue, outsiders would only be taking advantage of the situation. Senior brother, head for close cultivation without worrying about anything, said Yi Shiwen. It would be better for you to tell the master about the matter regarding the Emergent's immortal, exterminating saber. Huang Wuji reminded him. Yi Shiwen nodded. Even without him saying it, he would definitely do so. Without the support of the Tibetan Star Sun, it would be extremely difficult for him to keep the Emergent's immortal, exterminating saber in his possession. Very quickly, the Tibetan Star Sun arrived. He seemed tired after rushing back from such a faraway location. He was hurt, and some wounds could be seen. It was apparent that he had just come out from a huge battle. He must have been hunting down an Emergent School's transcendent realm expert. However, seeing his smile, he should have killed his opponent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have looked so happy. Very rarely would transcendent realm experts fight against each other to death. After all, they place so much effort into cultivating to reach such a realm. The ones that weren't afraid of dying were just a minority of them. As long as they could survive, no one would fight to the death. As a result, the Tibetan Star Lord only killed a few transcendent realm experts previously. It was a great accomplishment for him to be able to kill one this time. Yi Shiwen did not hide anything, and told the Tibetan Star Sun everything that happened with the exception of the Emergent School leader's death, which he fabricated into the school leader self-destructing. Of course, he did not mention the matter regarding the old ghost. After all, there was no need to. Based on what you said, since the Emergent School leader self-destructed, there wasn't anything left other than the Emergent's immortal, exterminating saber. The Tibetan Star Sun frowned. He never expected Yi Shiwen to encounter the Emergent School leader that had his old wounds reacting on the spot, which allowed him to take advantage of the situation. Of course, he did not suspect Yi Zaiwen's words. After all, the Emergent School leader had received the strike of the true martial stone sword. If it wasn't for the Emergent's immortal, exterminating saber protecting him, he would definitely evaporate like the other transcendent realm experts. Even if that was the case, due to how powerful the true martial stone sword was, he was deeply wounded. Yep, when he exploded, everything in his surroundings shattered, and only the Emergent's immortal, exterminating saber remained, said Yi Shiwen. This was what made him feel dissatisfied. After killing the Emergent School leader and forcing him into self-destructing, only the Emergent's immortal, exterminating saber remained. All other wealths within his possession were all destroyed into nothingness after his self-destruction. Originally, the spatial ring was used to open up a new dimension, and the ring functions as a key item. Now that the ring was destroyed during the self-destruct, he wouldn't have the chance to acquire the Emergent School leader's astonishing wealth. The wealth of a normal transcendent realm expert was astonishing enough for him. As for the Emergent School leader, his wealth was definitely an insurmountable amount of wealth. Sadly, he wasn't able to acquire it. The disparity in strength between him and the Emergent School leader was too great. He wasn't even able to prevent the school leader from self-destructing. Since you managed to acquire it, ITLL naturally be your spoil of war. If others have other opinions, they'd have to go through me first, said the Tibetan Star Sun coldly. He was just like Huang Wuji. They were both standing on Yi Zaiwen's side. Thank you, Master. After bidding farewell to the Tibetan Star Sun, Yi Shiwen immediately started his close cultivation. This time, he wasn't able to utilize the Emergent's immortal exterminating saber after killing the Emergent school leader. Moreover, he didn't manage to acquire the leader's wealth and wasted a few billions instead. There weren't any benefits that he could utilize immediately. However, with the blood essence and spiritual perception of a transcendent realm expert, the amount of help it had for his development was extremely beneficial. He wanted to immediately enter close cultivation to raise the Tianyuan mirror into a transcendent tool. He also wanted to break through his current cultivation. When he entered close cultivation, the outside world was already in an uproar. The matter of the true martial school defeating the Emergent school spread throughout the ears of other factions very quickly, especially those that paid close attention to this matter. 10 years. A whole 10 years' time. If the times where the preparations of war commenced, it would be around 20 years' time. Finally, the warfare between the Emergent school and the true martial school had ended. Even the most daring person wouldn't imagine the outcome to be like this. The one who won in the end wasn't the Emergent school, but the true martial school instead. A school that had been declining for a long time. The true martial school was still considered an overlord within the true martial domain. They took over the South region for millions of years without any signs of wavering. However, in the eyes of those overlords within the starry skies, they were declining as they weren't as flourished as they used to be in the past. As for the Emergent school, they were in the most flourished state now. They had many experts within their school, with many of them being transcendent realm experts. Under such circumstances, when the Emergent school attacked the true martial school, the numerous disciples within the true martial school wouldn't even be able to guard the school as they had no confidence at all. After all, compared to such a grand figure like the Emergent school, the true martial school's disparity in strength was too great. However, when the results were announced, it truly made everyone shocked. The one everyone expected to win, the Emergent school had lost, while the true martial school had won. In fact, they won a grand victory. Prior to this, even the most optimistic person felt that the true martial school would utilize their geographical advantage to slowly cause the Emergent school to suffer losses. Ultimately, they would have to give up on their plan of invading the true martial school. In truth, the true martial school did so. For the past 10 years, the true martial school had suffered great losses, but the Emergent school suffered the same way as well. Normally, when two factions fight against each other, they would retreat if they suffered such a loss, especially when a transcendent realm expert had perished. However, the Emergent school seemed determined to do so. They didn't care about the repercussions and were determined to continue their conquest. With how determined the Emergent school was, everyone thought that the true martial school was unable to hold on much longer. However, a huge twist happened, which turned the tides around. The true martial school's legendary true martial stone sword that was broken suddenly appeared, and 7 transcendent realm experts nurtured it with their blood essence. Adding on the fact that numerous experts' blood essence had been absorbed by the true martial stone sword, it destroyed the Emergent school's formation and thoroughly turned the tides around. The unstoppable armies of the Emergent school suddenly became like rats and were hunted down by others. In fact, even some experts that weren't from the true martial school took action and killed the Emergent school's transcendent realm experts. It was apparent what kind of situation the Emergent school was facing now. Under such circumstances, the havoc continued on for about a month. The true martial school's experts were scattered all around, hunting down those Emergent school experts that escaped. They were also hunting down the martial warriors and experts of the South barbarians and demon-worshipping religion that were causing havoc within the South region. While the true martial school had suffered a great loss in the war with the Emergent school, a group of experts had used this opportunity to experience growth. While the members of the school had lessened, their combat powers had increased drastically. It made the South barbarians and the demon-worshipping religions experts continuously retreat after causing so much havoc for the past 10 years. It's really hard to imagine this. Previously, who would have thought that the true martial school would stand victorious in the end? As expected of the true martial school that governed over the true martial domain for years. Even if they were declining, they still had many other backup techniques left behind by their ancestors. Indeed, even if the true martial school has suffered a great loss, as long as the true martial stone sword is present, they will remain domineering. Those that are coveting them would have to see if they were able to receive a strike from the true martial stone sword. That's right. In this bloodbath, it made us witness the ruthless beast that's been in seclusion for years, the true martial school. They never stopped sharpening their fangs and intended to rule over the true martial domain again. Not only did the emergent school suffer a huge loss this time, they even harmed their foundations. This time, only 1 out of the 10 Transcendent Realm experts managed to escape. Even the emergent school leader was killed. Indeed, after this matter, the emergent school would have to turtle inside the emergence domain. It's unbeknown when would they recover from this. As time grew, the matter of the true martial school defeating the emergent school continues to spread around. It shocked everyone, and the entire starry skies were having an uproar for this matter. Chapter 776. Chapter 776. One wave after another, the warfare between the true martial school and the emergent school finally ended. The emergent school disciples that managed to escape the siege of the true martial school disciples weren't even 1 in 100. Adding the fact that there were other factions ambushing them, only one Transcendent Realm expert remains from the group. He brought the few hundred disciples back to the emergence domain in a hurried manner. This matter had thoroughly caused an uproar within the emergence domain. The experts that remained within the emergence domain knew for the first time that their armies had lost. In fact, they had lost very thoroughly. This was something they hadn't thought of before. They had undergone many years of preparations and were prepared to crush the true martial school in one swoop. In all actuality, they did not ever underestimate the true martial school. Everyone knew that the true martial school had governed over the true martial domain before. Even if they're weak now, they still had the foundations of a past governor. Besides, the true martial school was an existence that had been equal with them in terms of position previously. Even if a tiger is dead, their demeanor still remains. Due to this, they had made sufficient preparations, even if the disparity in strength in them was large. They had made perfect preparations and gathered numerous troops. However, they still suffered a great loss under the true martial school's hands. The thing that truly hurted their foundations greatly was the death of the Transcendent Realm experts. Only one managed to escape back. Even the school leader died in the true martial domain. Besides, after the expert returned back to the emergence domain, he didn't manage to suppress the wounds on his body and had perished after a while of returning. In other words, their troops were annihilated completely during this conquest. This thoroughly made them go crazy. Afterwards, when more news were released, they finally got wind of the revival of the legendary true martial stone sword that was broken. The true martial school had used it to deeply wound their troops, and every single troops were wounded. This was the reason why only 1 in 100 troops managed to return back alive. When they heard this, they could only smile bitterly and take in a deep breath. They had such backup methods as well. Not only does the true martial school possess such methods, if they utilized the true martial stone sword right from the start, there wouldn't be much problem. After all, they had the emergence immortal exterminating sword to fend off against the true martial stone sword. However, the thing that made it truly terrifying was that the true martial stone sword had absorbed the blood essence of the perished experts for the past 10 years. With the 7 Transcendent Realm experts together, the true martial stone sword had thoroughly won over the emergence immortal exterminating sword, in which its full strength was unable to be utilized. It struck them when they weren't expecting it, which caused their troops to almost experience total annihilation. Not long after the batch of people escaped back to the emergence domain, the emergence domain started retracting their influences over other areas. They immediately announced the seclusion of the emergence domain for 10,000 years. Within 10,000 years, they would never appear within the public. After this news was released, it caused the entire starry skies to tremble. Originally, they only knew that the two factions had both suffered great losses within this war, with the emergent school suffering much more greatly compared to the true martial school. Nobody could weigh how much of a loss this was towards the emergent school, especially after the troops of the emergent school had been annihilated by the true martial stone sword. However, with the announcement of seclusion coming from the emergent school, some people immediately caught on to something. This time, the emergent school must have really suffered a great loss. If it wasn't for this, they wouldn't have to announce the seclusion for 1,000 years with how strong they were. 10,000 years was enough to nurture 2 transcendent realm experts. It was apparent how great of a loss they must have suffered. Contrary to the emergence domain that made the announcement in a low-key manner, the true martial school's disciples were going around without masking their presence at all. They were continuously assaulting the South barbarians and the demon-worshipping religion that were exceptionally active for the past 10 years, as well as the forces of some other factions that tried to extend their influence within the true martial domain. Originally, the South region was the true martial school's land, which forbade outsiders from entering. It was viewed as their very last land, and they didn't allow outsiders to have any influence over it. As a result, the South region was only governed by the true martial school, which they had absolute authority over. However, for the past 10 years, the situation had changed completely. Every huge faction took advantage of the fact that the true martial school weren't free to deal with them, which allowed them to extend their influence within. After the true martial school had defeated the emergent school, they immediately started dealing with these intruders. They presented a very resolute attitude. No matter who it was or which faction it was, those that dared to affect the benefits of the true martial school would be targeted by the entire true martial school. In fact, the battles between Transcendent Realm experts occurred because of this. It should be known that Transcendent Realm experts were a core factor in intimidating the opponent with their strength. Under normal circumstances, they would never take action. Usually, it would be sufficient for a great sage to be involved within such matters. If a Transcendent Realm expert was forced to take action, it meant that their factions were raging, and the Transcendent Realm experts represented their rage. With such a domineering attitude being displayed by the true martial school, along with the momentum of their great victory against the emergent school, most other factions had retreated. No benefits would be granted upon them for fighting against the fanatical true martial school. They wouldn't do so, especially when the true martial school was displaying such exceptional strength. They had more than 20 Transcendent Realm experts taking care of the situation. It was twice the amount compared to the Xian Yuan Temple. The true martial school had yet to turn into a weakened cat and were still ferocious tigers. This made all other factions afraid of them. With another 3 years, the true martial school managed to chase these factions out of the South region. However, the South region was already in shambles. The death of those normal citizens might be nothing. While tens of billions of citizens might have died within this havoc, it wasn't much of a problem. After all, the reproduction speed of those normal citizens were exceptionally quick. Within just a few hundred years, the lost amount of citizens would be replenished. For the true martial school that had been existing for tens of thousands of years, a few hundred years meant nothing. However, the thing that made the true martial school suffer a loss were the deaths of the martial warriors. The martial warriors with lower realm of cultivation, like those in the legendary realm or the true way realm, might be nothing. With just a few hundred years, the amount can be replenished. However, the one that made them suffer a huge loss were the experts above the sage realm. They were the main force within this warfare. With the death of a large batch of great sages and sage realm experts, it lowered the domineering effect of the true martial school by a significant amount. However, the greatest loss was the 7 Transcendent Realm experts that had perished. Among them included the chief of the Dangyang Peak. He was still in his prime and could protect the school for a few thousand more years. While they had managed to make themselves domineering, their loss was much greater with these messes. For so many years, the true martial school had always been thinking of taking over the true martial domain again. With such havoc, their dreams were shattered. The huge forces within the true martial domain who were already hostile towards the true martial school had also become more vigilant towards them. Of course, if they were to compare losses, the emergent school had suffered a much greater loss. The emergent school had hurt their foundations and had to seclude their domain from the world for 10,000 years. Naturally, the true martial school didn't require such a long time. However, after clearing out the other forces, they did not hunt them down outside of the south region. After that, they announced that they would seclude themselves from the world in order to recover from the war. The true martial school wasn't able to suffer such a turmoil in its current state. However, the true martial domain did not thoroughly calm down even when the true martial school had secluded themselves. On the contrary, the battle between the true martial school and the emergent school was just the start of a havoc. During the second year of the true martial school's seclusion, another shocking thing happened. The meteor sect suddenly attacked the Xian Yuan temple without any warnings with an overbearing force. The battle lasted for a mere 2 years, and it ended with the Xian Yuan temple's annihilation. As if they had acquired the lesson from the emergent school, losing to the true martial school, they didn't give the Xian Yuan temple any time to prepare or to rest. They just attacked out of the blue and directly invaded the Xian Yuan temple. The battle happened all of a sudden and ended very suddenly as well. With only 2 years, it ended with the Xian Yuan temple suffering a loss. An uproar occurred throughout the true martial world. If they didn't feel any huge threat coming from the defeat of the emergent school, they suddenly became much more vigilant with the defeat of the Xian Yuan temple. Every single faction was afraid of it happening to them. Originally, they were shocked by the strength displayed by the emergent school. However, seeing as to how the emergent school had suffered a loss under the hands of the true martial school, they only felt that these extraterrestrial overlords weren't as scary as they thought. After all, even the true martial school had defeated them. Their strengths were similar to the true martial school. In fact, if they decided to team up, they would definitely crush the true martial school. It was precisely because of such thoughts that they didn't place much attention to this matter. Besides, within their hearts, they figured that things would end following the defeat of the emergent school. They thought that the peace of the past few tens of thousands of years would return. The extraterrestrial forces that wanted to meddle with the true martial world's affairs had also forgotten about everything. However, the meteor sect had destroyed the resistance of the Xian Yuan temple with a sudden assault. The Xian Yuan temple had been fighting against the true martial school for many years. However, with just 2 years, they had thoroughly crumbled. This made the factions within the true martial domain remain silent. Originally, they had underestimated the extraterrestrial overlord. Thinking back, their thoughts were extremely laughable. Even if the true martial school was able to do something, it didn't imply that they could do it as well. The reason why the true martial school was able to heavily wound the emergent school wasn't because the emergent school was too weak. On the contrary, the true martial school was too strong. They had governed the true martial domain for many years and had many foundations left behind. If they were to truly take action, it would contain an unimaginable force. As for the Xian Yuan temple, they had been in their flourished state for the past few years. They had been fighting against the true martial school many times, and they were naturally not weak. Within the past 2 years, they had been using all kinds of methods. However, the disparity in strength with the true martial school was too huge. They had been completely wiped out by the meteor sect. Comparing these two together, it was apparent how strong the true martial school was. After all, they were once overlord that governed over the world. Others wouldn't be able to imitate such foundations. Thinking back about it, the strength which the Xian Yuan temple had possessed when facing the true martial school seemed much more like a joke. They were treated like clowns. Chapter 777. Chapter 777. 30 years unstable situation. Not only Xianyuan Temple, but even other forces had this hunch. After 2 invasions from the overlords outside the domain, everyone was well reminded that the hidden strength beneath true martial school was so scary. It could even defeat a force in the size of 3 Xianyuan Temple. Emergent schools, superior strength beyond everyone's imagination, was why true martial school had a substantial loss. Emergent school had made preparations for more than 10 years, or even longer, to invade true martial school. They wanted to have the upper hand during the actual clash in true martial domain. No one expected that the emergent school would face stiff resistance from true martial school. They were defeated in one fell swoop, suffering a hefty loss. As a result, the emergent school was forced to hide in their domain for 10,000 years. On the other hand, another behemoth that sat on the same level as true martial school, Xianyuan Temple, failed to protect themselves even for 2 years. Under Meteor Sect's attack, it collapsed utterly with countless masters slaughtered. Until now, Meteor Sect was still hunting down the remaining Xianyuan Temple masters. This created a huge contrast, like a scorching slap in the face on the faces of those arrogant and domineering big shots in true martial domain. In the past, true martial domain was reserving their strength. Having accumulated enough strength, they would continue to dominate the true martial domain sooner or later. This made their vigilance towards true martial school suddenly rose to the extreme. However, although they were wary of true martial school, they couldn't help it. True martial school had announced its seclusion and retreated any big-scale operation to the outside world. Of course, some members of true martial school would still leave the school occasionally. Right now, true martial school was severely injured. It was within the expectation that true martial school would not interfere with the true martial domain on a large scale for a long time. This should have been a good thing, but the other big shots in true martial domain had a horrific discovery. Without a shield like true martial school, the overlords in the star region's depths would covet them blatantly. In the past, even if true martial school was in decline, it was still the leading behemoth of true martial domain and the representative of true martial domain. Many times when people mention true martial domain, they only seem to know true martial school. That was still in other worlds far away in countless miles. It was conceivable how well known true martial domain was. True martial domain was considerably at different caliber with the others. So after the overlords turned their attention to the true martial domain, true martial school was also the first target. This was also the key to why emergent school would clash with true martial school at the very start. True martial school was representative. Conquering true martial school was similar to conquering half of the true martial domain. Unbeknownst to the other big shots in true martial domain, true martial school had become a tree that protected them from the wind and rain. However, when true martial school announced their seclusion in the mountain, the other big shots of true martial domain lost their protection. Only then they realized that the days in the past were in great leisure. True martial school had helped them withstand many storms and eliminated many worries. The other big shots of true martial domain had to face the terrifying overlord outside the domain. True martial school had suffered heavy losses in the previous clash with emergent school. Although true martial school went into seclusion in the mountain, its momentum was flourishing. There would be no overlords outside the domain who wanted to end up like emergent school to taste true martial stone sword's power. Since they dared not covet true martial school, their target naturally turned to other big shots in the true martial domain. Xianyuan Temple was just the beginning. Not long after the collapse of Xianyuan Temple, when the entire true martial domain was still in the storm, another overlord from outside the domain rushed into the true martial domain. It was the Bliss Ice Palace. Their target was the Northern Barbarians. Compared to Xianyuan Temple, Northern Barbarians' resistance was even more unbearable. Although it ruled over the northern wilderness for countless years, it was worse than Xian Yuan Temple in terms of the foundation. After more than a year of resistance, the entire northern barbarian imperial city was destroyed. The great force ruled the northern wilderness for many years, who had armor horsemen in their disposal, was completely crushed. In the entire true martial domain, many big shots suddenly lost their voices. From the time outsiders attacked Xian Yuan Temple, these big shots realized the impending dangers. These outsiders didn't seem interested in the true martial school, but the entire true martial domain. After the collapse of two big shots in succession, true martial domain was full of panic. Many forces had started efforts to collaborate into alliances spontaneously. They wanted to know why the major forces outside the domain chose to tackle them one by one. They even sent representatives to visit True Martial School, requesting True Martial School to stand up, speak for them, and negotiate with the overlords outside the domain. True Martial School naturally had no resources to take care of them. Emergent School's affairs inflicted severe injury to the school. The school was still licking its wounds. Most importantly, True Martial School desired all these arrogant and domineering big shots to be wiped out. In the 10 years of fighting the Emergent School's invasion, these powerful forces had also contributed to the flames in True Martial School. They gloated and even secretly infiltrated the South region. It was too late to ask for help from True Martial School. Even if True Martial School was still in the peak period, the school couldn't help out these rebellious forces. The school still recognized the win and lost in it. These big shots did not see eye to eye with each other. Without the lead of True Martial School, their plans to ally were all of a sudden shelved. Time went by in chaos. Another 30 years had passed. The seclusion of True Martial School took 30 years too. 30 years was enough for ordinary people to grow up. The South region quickly resumed its lively scene, as if the decade ago's turmoil was non-existent. In every turmoil, ordinary mortals would sustain huge blows. The good news was they would recover swiftly every time. Surprisingly, it was countless times faster than warriors. Somehow there was no outsider intervention in the South region, enabling a swift recovery. Many True Martial School's disciples follow a tight patrol to eliminate any instability. True Martial School announced its seclusion. They might not appear in great numbers outside the South region, but it did not mean that the school would ignore the South region. This indicated the South region's value in True Martial School's shoes. True Martial School would wipe out anyone who dared to infiltrate in haste. But compared to the peaceful South region, other places were not so lucky. After the overlord outside the domain uprooted Xian Yuan Temple and northern barbarian imperials, more than a dozen powerful forces that were initially influential in the true martial domain were uprooted entirely. Even the alliance formed later on was utterly crushed in the face of the overlords outside the domain. The overlords outside the domain were way over the alliance caliber. After all, the overlords were capable of dominating the entire world. Except for the unlucky Emergent School that suffered terribly at True Martial School, the other forces outside the domain were at the same caliber. The initially famous forces had acted all cowardice. The difference in strength was too obvious. The more so, the more shocking True Martial School was able to defeat Emergent School. But compared to the turmoil and panic in other places, the True Martial School area had always been calm. No one wanted to stroke the tiger's whiskers at this time. Under such circumstances, a message came from True Martial School. True Martial School decided to stop the seclusion to prepare for the new Supreme School Master's enthronement ceremony. The power transfer of True Martial School would soon begin. At the same time, it was another once-in-a-100-year disciple recruitment drive for True Martial School. This was also True Martial School's old tradition. The ancient roads that remained silent for more than 100 years had also become lively. The disciple recruitment was supposed to start a few years earlier. However, it was delayed because of the recovery needed. Now, with the initial restoration of prosperity in the mortal world, It was time to open the sect's door to recruit disciples. True martial school disciples suffered heavy casualties. Now, it was the time to introduce new blood. Compared with the fact that true martial school opened the door to recruiting disciples, many people paid more attention to the new supreme school master taking over. In the true martial domain, there were very few people who could compare with the true martial school's supreme school master. In other words, Supreme School Master was considered one of the many giants in true martial school. Every replacement of the Supreme School Master of true martial school would be a major event in the true martial domain. Every ceremony was bound to be bustled with spectators. Right now, not only the big shots in the true martial domain were attending. Many overlords outside the domain would send a distinguished representative to watch the ceremony. It symbolized that true martial school had regained some recognition from many overlords after countless years of decline. Although true martial school was completely incomparable with the peak period, it would not be regarded as a small indigenous power in a certain world with its strong foundation. 30 years was enough for true martial school to undergo tremendous changes. The older generation, who originally held the power of the school, began to gradually delegate power to the next generation of disciples. The new generation that emerged during the 10-Year War had displayed a strong side too. Huang Wuji's succession as the new Supreme School Master was just the beginning of this matter. In this jubilation, silence still enshrouded the Tibetan Star Summit. After all, there were too little people compared to other lineage. White clouds strolled the clear, blue sky. It was a serene scene. Boom! An unmatched force swept out from the Tibetan Star Summit, condensing into a chi column that rushed toward the sky. A cyan figure jumped out from the mountain. He gazed at the sky while letting out a long roar, shaking the sky and the earth. Many disciples passing by stopped and watched. Chapter 778. Chapter 778. The changes in 30 years. Who's this? Why is he so arrogant? Ask someone. You don't even know who he is? He's Yi Shiwen of the Tibetan Star Summit. See, so he's the Yi Shiwen. He's truly a terrifying person. Although we're quite some distance apart, I can still feel a strong oppression coming from him. I almost couldn't catch my breath. I know, right? He's truly extremely terrifying. According to rumors, he had already killed a few half-step transcendent realm experts many years ago. Now that he had cultivated in close cultivation for 30 years, who knows how strong he is now? It's impossible, right? No matter what, it's just 30 years. Even if the school were to nurture him with utmost priority, he shouldn't have such a terrifying advancement, right? Said that person filled with doubt. You'll get it if you look at the amount of time he cultivated. Until now, it's only been more than 100 years. What were we doing when we were 100 years old? We were merely standing out more than average. Even so, we were already regarded as prodigies. As for half-step transcendent realm experts, they are legendary figures that we've never met before. According to rumors, he is going to be the next in line Tibetan Star Son. He would definitely be a huge figure within our school. In fact, the new schoolmaster, Huang Wuji, is his senior brother. What's wrong with him being a little arrogant? Indeed, I saw his attacks 30 years ago during the war. However, he isn't this terrifying during that time. His strength has increased tremendously throughout the past 30 years. Why do I feel like he's only a great sage? He doesn't seem like a half-step transcendent realm. Are the rumors mistaken? How is that possible? We don't even have the qualifications to raise our heads to look at such an expert. It's normal for you to be unable to see through his cultivation. If even you could tell, that would be the impossible matter. Everyone's discussions were heard by Yi Shiwen. However, he chose to ignore them. It had been 30 years. Within the past 30 years, he had finally entered the great sage, great perfection. For him, this was an extremely important realm. This was the end of the great sage realm and the start of the transcendent realm. It was the realm that would open up a completely new world to him. In this realm, the sturdier the foundations, the higher his future accomplishments would be. In fact, entering the transcendent realm would be much easier later on. He knew that even the tallest buildings would require a sturdy foundation. Compared to 30 years ago, his strength experienced a tremendous growth. Based on his progress, it was naturally incomparable to the 10 years of warfare he had gone through. During that particular 10 years, he was always fighting with his life on the line. He used all sorts of methods he had in order to survive and kill more enemies. However, his accomplishments within the past 30 years didn't pale in comparison to those 10 years either. He wasn't able to digest all the insights he had acquired throughout the 10 years of warfare. During the past 30 years, he had been patching up all the flaws in his cultivation one by one. He only broke through after he completely patched up everything. Naturally, it was to prevent leaving a flaw within and ensuring the stability of his cultivation's foundations. He had experienced the benefits of building a sturdy foundation. It allowed him to challenge someone above his cultivation realm. In the past 30 years, he and the Star Beast avatar had been in close cultivation. They continuously studied the spirit remains of the emergent school leader and studied all the information regarding the cultivation realm. He used the mysterious space to study every usable information contained within. After continuous close cultivation, he was only one step away from entering the transcendent realm. Only a tiny bit of progress was needed for his ascension. With the extremely strong innate powers and the innate bloodline of the Star Beast avatar, his combat prowess when fighting a transcendent realm expert would increase tremendously. His original body wouldn't have such an advantage. Of course, if his original body broke through via the cultivation of the tyrant body, he would naturally put effort in nurturing it. Besides, the Tianyuan mirror had also reached its final phase of transformation. Very soon, it would complete its breakthrough and become a transcendent tool. With it, it would become one of Yi Zaiwen's major assistants. Through the discussions of these people, only did Yi Shiwen know that his senior brother was going to inherit the position of the Supreme Schoolmaster. If it wasn't for him coming out of close cultivation in time, he might have missed the ceremony. He had never received any news about it. It was apparent that everyone in the Tibetan Star Summit was afraid of interrupting him, which stopped them from delivering the news to him. Hearing this news, he felt both happy and worried. Naturally, he was happy because his senior brother was about to inherit the Supreme School Master position. It meant that he had entered the transcendent realm. His talents were extremely high to begin with, and he even possessed extremely sturdy foundations for his cultivation after cultivating for thousands of years. In fact, it was much sturdier than Yi Zaiwen's. In the past 30 years, it was unknown how many resources the school had invested into him. They did whatever they could to increase his cultivation. At the same time, the more they acted like this, the more it proves that the schoolmaster was having difficulties in surviving. If it wasn't because of this, they wouldn't need to pass the schoolmaster position away so hurriedly to Huang Wuji. He had been in close cultivation the entire time. He could only guess what condition the schoolmaster was in. Not only does the schoolmaster's condition relate to him, it was even related to the thoughts of the entire true martial school. Unless he could enter the transcendent realm and become one of the powerhouse in the school, it would be hard for him to gain any support. In fact, if it wasn't for him entering the half-step transcendent realm, and was someone treated with utmost importance and nurturing, he might not even know the matters about the Supreme School Master's body condition. Of course, this matter would have to be kept as a secret. Absolutely no one should get wind of it, no matter if they were the disciples of the school or an external enemy. If the news was spread around, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. As such, they had to ensure Huang Wuji's growth as fast as possible. If Huang Wuji managed to enter the transcendent realm, nothing would happen even if the news was released. Finally, you came out of close cultivation, Yi Shiwen. The voice of a wolf cub that appeared out of nowhere resounded. It pulled Yi Shiwen away from his thoughts. As he looked at the wolf cub transformed into a ray of black light and rushed in front of him. Beside the wolf cub was a beautiful woman. Naturally, it was Xiaoya. Compared to 30 years ago, the wolf cub's appearance didn't change much. It still had the appearance of a dog, and on his face was still a despicable smile. The only thing that changed was his strength. It had ascended to the half-step transcendent realm. Its progression speed was much faster than Yi Zaiwen's original body. With its bloodline and innate talent, it would be able to kill a half-step intermediate transcendent realm expert. It doesn't pale in comparison when compared to Yi Shiwen. A sudden sense of emotion surged within Yi Shiwen. Some creatures' innate talents were extremely high. For example, the wolf cub and his star beast avatar. His original body, the physique of a normal human being, wasn't comparable to it at all. However, after seeing Xiaoya, only did he realize that there were heaven-defying humans as well. After 30 years, Xiaoya had also grown a little. Her appearance wasn't that of an 8 to 9 years old little girl anymore. Instead, she now looked like a 13 to 14 years old teenage girl. Her sky blue dress was laced with silver threads, and the teenage girl's face looked extremely delicate and pretty. Her skin was snowy white, her brows were curvy, and her mouth was tiny. As she smiled, flowers seemed to bloom. Her appearance resembled a teenage girl in her 14s, and her silver long hair was tied into 2 coiled knots. 2 silvery threads were hanging beneath her eyes and were swaying lightly. Although she looked a little different than she was 30 years ago, Yi Shiwen immediately recognized her. She had truly reached the intermediate stage. This speed and advancement made all his pride disappear. Within the past 30 years, Xiaoya did not let time pass in vain. Her speed had far surpassed Yi Zaiwen's advancement in cultivation, even when he had gone from a great mastery, great sage, to a great sage, great perfection realm. See, little girl, I told you that, big brother, you would definitely come out of close cultivation today. With a mere calculation through my fingers, I can know everything that happened for the past 500 years, and everything that will happen during the next 500 years, said the wolf cub with a prideful tone to Xiaoya. It raised its head and puffed its chest out, as if he was a fake fortune teller. Then it looked at Xiaoya with an expression that said, "How's that? Aren't you in awe of my greatness? Quickly praise me." Although it didn't say that, Yi Shiwen was already extremely familiar with it. Just by looking at its expression, he could tell what it wanted to say. He immediately became speechless and slapped it with his palm. However, the wolf cub seemed to have expected it. It immediately jumped away and shouted in a weird tone, "Gosh, why do you want to hit someone the moment you come out of close cultivation? This is truly unscientific. Luckily, my strength is peerless. Otherwise, I would have been ambushed by you." Ever since Yi Shiwen had mentioned the sentence, "This is truly unscientific," it had become the wolf cub's catchphrase. It almost had to bring it up every single time. Although it was just a gag, Yi Shiwen felt as if he had gone back to the earth. He was already very speechless to this despicable wolf, especially after seeing its despicable smile. Xiaoya was at the side, quietly staring at the two of them arguing. A smile appeared on her face, and flowers seemed to have bloomed on her face as well. However, she quickly reverted back to her calm appearance. She possessed a natural aura that pushed everyone far away from her. Yi Shiwen sighed in his heart. As expected, after handing Xiaoya over to the fair maiden Peak's chef, she is influenced by that ice-cold woman. Last time, Xiaoya wasn't like this. Although she didn't seem any different, it actually possessed a huge difference. Although Xiaoya was also quiet last time, it merely felt like she was a quiet girl and an introvert. However, right now, she seemed like she didn't care for mundane matters anymore, and her expression was extremely cold. It gave Yi Shiwen a mild headache. If Xiaoya really became an ice-cold woman, Yi Shiwen might go crazy. Luckily, she was just mildly influenced by the fair maiden Peak's chef. Yi Shiwen walked to the side of Xiaoya and pressed his hand on her small head. He rubbed her head forcefully and made a mess out of her hair. "What are you doing?" said Xiaoya angrily. Her big pair of beautiful eyes glared at Yi Shiwen. She was angry at Yi Shiwen for messing with her hair. "Haha, you should be like this. You're just a little girl. How old are you? And yet your expression is so stiff. That ain't good. You should act like this." Yan Zhaoge didn't care about her anger and laughed loudly. Although Xiaoya had grown a little, she was still the little girl that would never grow up in Yi Zaiwen's eyes. Chapter 779. Chapter 779. Another year of recruitment. Humans were conservative people. In the eyes of parents, their child would never grow up. No matter how many years had passed, this point of view would be extremely hard to change. Just like Xiaoya, no matter how much she changed, she would still be that little girl in Yi Zaiwen's heart. Xiaoya looked at Yi Shiwen speechlessly. Naturally, she knew that he was discriminating against her master. Although Yi Shiwen was extremely respectful towards the fair maiden peak chef, he was extremely troubled with her ice-cold attitude. She was originally ice-cold to begin with. It wasn't much of a problem. However, the main issue was that she might educate Xiaoya into acting like her. This was the part that Yi Shiwen couldn't accept the most. One side was her own big brother, while the other side was her master. It wasn't appropriate to be biased to neither side. A troubled expression appeared on her delicate face, which made Yi Shiwen burst out with laughter. "Come, let's go to Xian City," said Yi Shiwen with a wave of his hand. Naturally, he was going to the Xian City now to welcome his brother, sister-in-law, his second eldest sister, and his second eldest sister's husband. Previously, they didn't have the qualifications to enter here after the mountain doors opened. Now it was different. They had already entered the half-step legendary realm. They naturally had the qualifications to enter the true martial school now. Similar to Yi Shiwen, they chose to enter using the ancient road. Originally, they could just be brought in by Yi Shiwen. With his current identity, no one would dare go against it. However, they rejected the offer. Yi Shiwen didn't mind it either. Although battle would be inevitable within the ancient road, it had its own benefits. In the past, he had gained many benefits from the ancient road, and thus didn't have a reason to stop them. Through a rough calculation of time, they should be reaching the Xian City soon. Yi Shiwen decided to wait there first and cultivate by the meantime. After all, cultivating anywhere was the same to him. There were no differences. "That's boring. I don't want to go." "Go by yourself." After knowing Yi Zaiwen's intention, the Wolf Club pouted to show that he wasn't interested. For someone so hyperactive like him, he would rather be killed than to wait for someone in the Xian City quietly. "Then suit yourself." "Xiaoya, how about you?" asked Yi Shiwen. "I'll go." Xiaoya nodded. The Wolf Club transformed into a stream of black light and disappeared somewhere to play around. Fortunately, everyone in the true martial school treated the Wolf Club as Yi Zaiwen's spiritual pet and were somewhat respectful towards it. Besides, there weren't many capable of taking him down, considering how strong he was. Even if they wanted to deal with him, they could only glare at him without doing anything else. Yi Shiwen and Xiaoya transformed into a stream of light and reached the Xian City very quickly. It was located by the most external location of the area. As such, it was invaded once during the 10 years of war. Scars, blood marks, and burnt marks were left all over the city walls. Although the formation inside the city was already repaired, they didn't touch anything outside of it. It served as a reminder to others about what kind of war the school had experienced, and how they managed to survive through the hard times. Its main purpose was to motivate the younger generations. Most of the time, the Xian City was much more quiet. Other than the few disciples that were on duty, nobody could be seen. However, the amount of people present in the city would reach its peak whenever it was time to recruit disciples. Many senior disciples would come here out of curiosity. Even if only 1 out of 100 disciples were curious, it was an extremely large number, considering how large of a quantity of disciples the true martial school had. Naturally, there would be talented prodigies in every recruitment session. The ones where the senior disciples cared about the most were these people, who would be regarded as a distinguished character. These distinguished characters' strength usually surpasses a normal person, and would become an elite within the true martial school. In fact, they might chase up to the senior disciples in a short amount of time. Of course, other than these people that were merely spectating, there were many legatees who were observing the new recruits. If they saw someone that absolutely had talents, they would naturally attempt to interact with them. The rules of the school was to wait for everyone to be present and allow the new disciples to decide on their own. However, the school didn't forbid the legatees from interacting with the new disciples early on. As such, most of the talented distinguished figures were reserved by the 10 great legatees. Even if someone were to enter the top 100 legatees, no one would exceed it. Other than these distinguished figures, the second-rate disciples were also desirable by many legatees. In the past, when Yi Shiwen had just entered the true martial school, he was considered one of the second-rate disciples. Although the competition for him wasn't as big as those distinguished figures, he was still a target to be competed for. He wouldn't have to worry about not belonging in any legatee. However, he had offended the law enforcement hall by the city gates. With how terrifying the law enforcement hall was, those that offended them, and those that they ordered to be dealt with wouldn't be accepted by most of the legatees. After all, they weren't willing to offend the law enforcement hall because of one second-rate disciple. As a result, he ended up being deserted by the legatees. If there wasn't such a weird legatee like the Tibetan Star Summit, he might have to quietly draw out from the true martial school. Thinking back about it, his impression in other people's hearts would be idiotic and daring. A new disciple that had no foundations or backgrounds dared to go against the law enforcement hall. With his current understanding of the law enforcement hall's true strength, he would definitely be crushed to pieces if the law enforcement hall was serious in dealing with him. For every legatees that desired to make their lineage flourish, the recruitment period would be the most important period of time. In fact, it was directly related to its outcome during the 100 years in the future. For the previous Tibetan Star Summit, most of their time and efforts were used on finding the complete version of the Tibetan Star Sutra. After all, it was the foundations of the Tibetan Star Summit. If even the Tibetan Star Sutra wasn't complete, they wouldn't be able to return back to their prime. As such, they weren't interested in the new disciples during every recruitment. If one voluntarily entered, they would be accepted. After all, they had only been passing down the legacies to one person for a few generations, other than someone like the senior brother that was being nurtured wholeheartedly to become the next Tibetan Star Son. Other disciples were left to rot on their own. In the past, there were people that entered the Tibetan Star Summit, only to quit it soon after entering. After all, they couldn't bear the attitude of the Tibetan Star Summit that left their disciples to rot and let them do whatever they wanted to. As such, Yi Shiwen called the Tibetan Star Summit a weird lineage. The few of them that remained were also pretty weird, as they were able to bear with the school allowing them to do whatever they wanted to. For others, they wouldn't accept such a teaching method. However, for those that remained in the Tibetan Star Summit, this was a great method of teaching for them. After all, no one was constricting them, and they had all obtained a decent accomplishment. However, those were in the past. Previously, Yi Shiwen had already patched up the whole Tibetan Star Sutra. Without needing to worry about it anymore, the Tibetan Star Summit naturally started moving towards its prime. This was the last wish of the last few generations Tibetan Star Sun. Now was the best time for them to do so. After all, the senior brother, Huang Wuji, was appointed as the next Supreme Schoolmaster. Although he had to take care of the grand scheme of things, as long as he was acting a little biased towards the Tibetan Star Summit, it would be extremely beneficial for them. There were also the two great sages, Lu Yanlan and Bai Jiansong, as well as Yi Shiwen, a monstrous half-step transcendent realm expert. Yang Weijin and Deng Shuixin were already in the sage great mastery realm, and was about to enter the sage great perfection realm. Sooner or later, they would enter the great sage realm, Compared to the pitiful Tibetan Star Summit lineage in the past, the current one would be considered having many talented people within. Yi Shiwen reached the Ing Xian city. Other than welcoming his brother and sister into the Tibetan Star Summit, he was responsible for the task of interacting with the talented disciples and recruiting them into the Tibetan Star Summit as soon as possible. If it was in the past, the Tibetan Star Summit wouldn't have any specialties. However, no one would dare to belittle the combat power of the Tibetan Star Summit now. After all, it was the next-in-line schoolmaster's lineage. How could it be bad? Besides, there were Yi Shiwen, Lu Yanlan, Bai Jiansong, and the others that had performed exceptionally well during the 10 years' warfare, which made themselves famous. The new disciples obtained within this recruitment period would be considered their junior brothers. However, after 2 more periods of recruitment years, when the authority of the true martial school was all rightfully distributed, those that enter would regard them as the master uncle. Yi Shiwen and Xiao Ye quietly waited by an inn. No one spoke, and they were only waiting. This was considered quite normal between them. Yi Shiwen retrieved his own aura. With his cultivation, it was easy to not attract any attention, as long as he wasn't willing to. No disciples here would be able to notice him. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen realized that a silhouette appeared by the table beside him. It appeared without him noticing at all. Suddenly, his heart palpitated. After turning his head around, he realized that it was the old city lord of the Ing Xian city. With his current cultivation, no one beneath the transcendent realm would be able to mask their cultivation. There was only one possibility. This old city lord was a transcendent realm expert. In the past, he assumed that he was just an average great sage. Thinking back, his knowledge was quite shallow back then. Yi Shiwen didn't dare to act high and lofty. He immediately stood up and cupped his hands. "Greetings, senior." Yi Shiwen had always respected the old city lord. When he first arrived, he was oblivious of various matters and had killed someone of the law enforcement hall. If it wasn't for the old city lord protecting him, he might have been killed by the people of the law enforcement hall. He wouldn't even have the chance to join the Tibetan Star Summit. Otherwise, with how forceful the law enforcement hall was, they wouldn't simply restrict Yi Shiwen from entering any legatees if they weren't afraid of the old city lord who was a transcendent realm expert. Xiao Yi beside him also quickly greeted him. She wasn't the ignorant little girl beside Yi Shiwen who didn't know anything anymore, especially with her master being much more responsible than the Tibetan Star Sun. Naturally, her master would point out every huge figure within the true martial school. She was much more clearer on whoever was a transcendent realm expert compared to Yi Shiwen. A warm smile appeared on the old city lord's face. "You're the most talented person I've ever seen through so many years. Someone that's able to reach your current cultivation is close to none. In the future, the school would have to rely on you." Chapter 780. Chapter 780. Recruiting distinguished talents. Even he never expected Yi Shiwen to reach such a level when he merely helped Yi Shiwen with one sentence in the past. This might just be fate. You don't pale in comparison either. Based on talents alone, yours far surpasses his. The only problem is that your experience is not as great as his, said the old city lord to Xiaoya. Those that had entered the great sage realm had mostly experienced thousands of years of cultivation, participated in more than hundreds of battles, and experienced many mortals' affairs. Someone like Xiaoya that could easily enter the great sage realm was close to none. Yi Shiwen smiled brilliantly. If it was talent alone, any random person within the true martial school would have an extremely high chance of being more talented than him. Besides, Xiaoya was an outstanding prodigy that shook the higher-ups of the school. "Would the Tibetan Star Summit make any huge move this year?" asked the old city lord as he looked at Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen nodded and said, "Our Tibetan Star Summit hopes to recruit some talented disciples in this year's recruitment in hopes to allow the Tibetan Star Summit to return back to its prime." Returning the Tibetan Star Summit back to its prime was definitely not something achievable in a short amount of time. Their current recruitment was merely to lay the foundations for it. This year's disciples are quite decent. There would be more talented people compared to the last recruitment. The amount of distinguished talents would also far surpass the previous ones. It's a great opportunity for your Tibetan Star Summit, said the old city lord with a smile. Many ancient roads going towards the west region, the central region, the east region, and the north region are activated. Some people had also walked into these ancient roads. It's been many years since an outer region prodigy has arrived. Yi Shiwen was surprised for a moment. He wasn't aware of these matters. However, after giving it a thought, he understood what the old city lord meant. It wasn't anything weird. After all, when the true martial school was governing over the true martial domain, the south region was where they set their central as. However, prodigies didn't only sprout from the south region. There were many prodigies that originated from other regions, and even the four wilderness. A few years ago, the ancient roads were already paved one after another. However, as the true martial school lost its control towards the regions outside of the south region, these ancient roads slowly became quiet again. Other regions' prodigies were recruited by their local forces. After so many years, the situation had never changed. However, it was different now. As the overlords outside the domain continued to annihilate the remaining big shots, these prodigies lost their place of belonging. As for the overlords, their vigilance towards the locals of the true martial domain were extremely high. They already had their own world backing them up. They didn't have to care for the prodigies in these lands, and had made no plans of recruiting them at all. As such, if these local prodigies wanted to continue to cultivate, they would have to enter other forces. After the overlord's invasion, only the true martial school managed to fend off the attacks of these overlords. Evidently, true martial school managed to defeat the emergent school's huge army. This was what many others yearned for. If they joined other big shots, they might be defeated by the extraterrestrial overlords. When the time comes, they would have to face the situation of being hunted down by others. However, it would be different if they joined the true martial school. After all, their safety inside here was guaranteed. The situation would be completely different. Our Tibetan Star Summit only hopes to recruit 1 or 2 distinguished talents, said Yi Shiwen with a smile. The numbers of distinguished talents were limited every time, and they would be distributed evenly. The Tibetan Star Summit would naturally be unable to pick all of them. It wouldn't be a waste if they managed to snatch at least one of them. "Ha ha, that should be possible," said the old city lord as he laughed loudly. For him, it didn't matter which lineage acquired them. After all, they were the disciples of the true martial school. As he laughed, the old city lord's silhouette slowly disappeared. Just like how he was when he arrived, Yi Shiwen couldn't see his traces at all. They're coming, they're coming. A new wave of disciples are coming. A shout suddenly resounded from the outside of the inn. In an instant, all the disciples from different legatees that had been waiting for a long time shifted their gaze outwards. They saw a new batch of disciples entering the inn. On their body were the auras of a bloody battle. It was apparent that they had gone through the wooden effigy formation. The one in the lead was a tough man wearing linen clothing. He looked like he was around his 20s, and his brows had reached his temples. He looked extremely handsome and had an extraordinary demeanor around him. His gaze was extraordinarily sharp as well. His looks were certainly exceptional. Behind him, there were around 20 new disciples. Although they weren't as extravagant as the man in front of them, they looked rebellious and prideful. Who is this newcomer? Such arrogance. What kind of place does he think this is? Or did they come from the rural areas? An old disciple said in a dissatisfied manner, "You don't even know him?" Within the past year, after the passageway from the south region to the north region was activated, this was the person that came killing all the way throughout the ancient roads. He was someone that made a name for himself in Booby. North region? So he isn't from our south region. No wonder why he looks different. This year's disciples are very strong. Look at these disciples. Almost all of them are in the 7th or 8th level of the half-step legendary realm. This Ingbubi had even reached the half-step legendary Great Perfection realm. They're much stronger compared to the last batch of new recruits. Naturally, after all, they had experienced 10 years of war. Those that managed to survive would naturally be much stronger compared to before. Based on the rumors, the normal disciples are much stronger than the last batch. Many talents have emerged from the war. Yi Shiwen listened to their conversation silently. Indeed, this batch of new disciples were stronger than his batch, and their qualities were much higher. As for this Ingbubi, he should be one of this batch's distinguished talents. After all, he was able to cultivate to the half-step legendary Great Perfection realm. Such talent was already extremely outstanding. When Yi Shiwen left the Iyuan sect, he had just barely touched the surface of the legendary realm. Most importantly, the prodigies of the 5 regions would be gathering within the true martial school. Naturally, the new batch of disciples would be stronger than the last batch. You're Ingbubi? Join our lineage. Our lineage is among the top 100 strongest within the true martial school. How about choosing us instead? We're considered top-notch within the top 100 lineage. We only pale in comparison compared to the top 10 legatees. The Anat was silent suddenly exploded with a voice of invitation coming from many lineages' disciples. Most of the ones that spoke were within the top 100 strongest lineage within the true martial school. As for the ones outside of the top 100 range, they didn't even dare to open their mouths. After all, it was too shameful. The scornful gaze of others was enough to stop them from speaking. Most importantly, unless something was wrong with them, they would rarely pick the top 100 lineage. It was impossible for them to pick the lineage that was outside of the top 100 range. Any distinguished talent that came to the true martial school naturally hoped for a better environment and more resources for their cultivation. There was no doubt about it. As for those that could provide an environment for the growth of these distinguished talents, they would be the top 10 lineages. There were some lineages among the top 100 lineages that were able to provide such resources as well. However, only a number of them could. This would be mere human nature. Just like Yi Shiwen, if it wasn't because he had no choice, he definitely wouldn't choose the little Tibetan Star Summit. After all, the Tibetan Star Summit's condition during that time was quite bad. If it wasn't for the fact that it was extremely hard for him to raise his cultivation any longer in the Iyuan sect, Yi Shiwen would never make this choice. This could be considered an unintentional development. Yi Shiwen noticed that the recruiters of the top 10 lineage had not appeared yet, or they were pridefully waiting for the new disciples to choose them. After all, no matter what, they were the top 10 lineage. There was no doubt about how strong they are. Without any hesitation, he went forward and said, Ingbubi, you're very talented. Are you interested in joining our Tibetan Star Summit? The moment Yi Shiwen appeared, the crowd exploded with noise. No one expected Yi Shiwen to be hiding among them. After all, Yi Zaiwen's cultivation was extremely high. As long as he wasn't willing to, these sage realm experts wouldn't be able to see through his disguise. It wasn't that they would be unable to see him. However, they would subconsciously choose to ignore him. This was the most powerful part of Yi Zaiwen's aura convergence martial art. Even if they saw Yi Shiwen, they would just view it as a common object that they have seen throughout their daily lives. What? Is that Yi Shiwen? He is here? How didn't we manage to spot him? That's him all right. Isn't that Yi beside him? We're done for. If he wants to recruit, how would we have any chances? This Ingbubi would most likely be entering the Tibetan Star Summit already. That's unfair. This is unfair. The Tibetan Star Summit already has a next-in-line schoolmaster like Huang Wuji, and even had a monster like Yi Shiwen. And yet, they want to snatch with us now. Indeed. However, I heard that the Tibetan Star Summit had announced their plan of returning back to their prime. It is natural for them to recruit new disciples. With these people's strength, the Tibetan Star Summit would reach its prime soon enough. In the past, the Tibetan Star Summit is already among the top 10 lineages. Who knows to what extent would they reach in the future? You're Yi Shiwen? Ingbubi's expression changed a little when he heard Yi Zaiwen's name. He never expected Yi Shiwen to recruit himself personally. Yi Shiwen wasn't a little nobody anymore. After the 10 years of warfare, his name became extremely famous throughout the true martial domain. After the rumors that the emergent school leader had died in his hands were spread, it added a few highlights to his legends, despite him clarifying that the emergent school leader had self-destructed because of the wounds inflicted by the true martial stone sword, and the school leader's death having nothing to do with himself. His name still shook throughout the world. Even if the emergent school leader had perished by the wounds inflicted by the true martial stone sword, an average person wouldn't be able to chase after him. After all, he was a transcendent realm expert. He could just kill whoever chased after him with a slap. As such, even if Ingbubi was arrogant, an excited expression appeared on his face. Although Yi Shiwen had entered the true martial school earlier than them by one batch, the disparity in strength between them was like the heavens and the earth. As he thought until here, Ingbubi immediately said, "I'm interested.